apologize for the delay on the start. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? I know I'm out of line, but we'll go back.
Thank you. Fenton.
Here.
Denham. Here. Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Howden.
Here.
LeBlanc.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everybody was here before we do the call of order, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Ted Martin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, board. Let's join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for another beautiful day in the Ozarks and for the opportunity to gather in these chambers. That we invite you here tonight and guide and direct as we have discussions, as we make decisions, as we work for making this a city on the hill called Branson, Missouri. Father, there's great examples here of that work with our city employees, lifting up Alan Johnson tonight, being recognized as one of those great employees. And then at the citizen level, even Colton Cooper, for making a huge impact on our city. Father, thanks for your love, for your forgiveness, for your guidance and direction. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ted. We'll now move on. Have Alderman LeBlanc is going to, would you please present the award to Alan Johnson of the Utilities Department. Alan, come on down. Ralph, you're in this one.
I'm in this one. I'm in the running.
Yeah. Need to give Ralph some extra grace this evening.
Surprised you can't wing it.
On behalf of the Board of Aldermen, City Administrator, and City staff, it is my honor to announce Utilities Equipment Operator Alan Johnson of the City of Branson's September 2022 Service and Excellence Employee of the Month. This award recognizes employees who have done above and beyond and those who have exemplified the City's of Branson's values. Alan was nominated in part for taking out his normal schedule to teach and mentor his fellow employees. Not only is he quick to help them get familiar with the operating equipment and teaching them new tasks, but he finds creative ways to seek out and find their individual best skill sets and potential. This leadership can also be seen when he fills in where needed on any tasks that may arise during the day. Not only is he a team player and a leader, he always looks for ways to do as much mechanical work that he can in-house to save money and ensure the city he's a good steward of the taxpayers' dollars. Like that. Congratulations and keep up the good work. Alan, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Alan.
Yes.
Say a few words. That was a few words. Chief Matthews, would you come down front, please? Chief, you're in trouble. I have a proclamation that I would like to read. Whereas in 1984, National Night Out started as a unique nationwide community building program focusing on building and strengthening camaraderie between neighborhoods and our public safety personnel with an emphasis on safety and crime prevention. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch reports 38 million people in 16,000 communities participating in National Night Out events across the country. Whereas the National Night Out event gives residents the opportunity to meet, get to know each other and their local law enforcement, fire department, and other organizations who work to keep our communities healthy and safe. Whereas National Night Out is a proactive prevention program with goals of community involvement, awareness, knowledge, and cooperation in the areas of safety, anti-crime, drugs, and violence. And whereas this event is a collaboration of the City of Branson Police Department, Fire Department, Parks and Recreation Department, City Council, and several other departments. Now therefore I, Larry Milton, Mayor of City of Branson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim October 4th, I proclaim this on October 4th, that this is the 7th annual National Night Out. Chief Matthews, I can tell you from many in the community, thank you for spearheading this.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of the whole police department and most of the departments, we thank you. This is a great event, and I want to introduce Candy Cook. Is Rayanne with us? Come on down. There's Rayanne Zern. She's a coordinator as well. Candy was with us in 2018 when we changed the model from going to the Recplex to the neighborhoods. And Candy stood up on Iserman and said, hey, we'll do it on my street. 2 years ago, Rayanne stood up on Galewood Circle and said, we'll do it. And every year, their parties get even better and better. Mayor, this year, on October the 4th, the very first year, 2018, we started with 10 parties. This year, we have 17. I just shared that information with you this afternoon. 17 parties throughout the city. And the great part about it, and we'll get these ladies to talk about their individual parties, but the great thing about it, it's neighbors talking with neighbors and interfacing, establishing relationships, strengthening current relationships, and building strong community. And we appreciate your support in this. Candy, why don't you tell us a little bit about yours?
Thank you. We have really enjoyed this event every year. It has built bridges where there were gates and walls before. It also has promoted a wonderful relationship with the young people in our neighborhood and actually across Branson, because they get an opportunity to come out and see the drones and meet the officers, which is hugely exciting to them, and also to participate in the things that we do in the neighborhood, and the officers get to interface with them, which they do so well, to build that rapport, to establish a sense of safety and community. So we are very honored on Iserman and in our neighborhood to have this event every year and to have the help and support of our law enforcement, which are phenomenal. We could go into so much that they have done. I could tell you so many things that they have helped us with in our neighborhood. And so this year, we're going to have even more things happen, hopefully a bigger event. And I would encourage you, if you have not done so, to start a neighborhood, even if it's a couple blocks, and have those meet and greets. Set out a few tables, put a blue tablecloth over it, and put bags of chips or whatever out there, and ask the officers to come by so they can meet those children and meet your neighborhood. And we are just so grateful and so blessed to have the Branson PD, and in fact, all the responders and all the utility workers that I get to see actually night after night go out. They come right by my street, the salt trucks, the snow plows at 2 and 3 and 4 in the morning. They work diligently all up and down our streets. And it's a true blessing to have these people in our community and to honor them and to, for one time each year, give them the gratitude and the respect that they deserve. And this year we're starting something called Prayer Shield, which is an opportunity to have around-the-clock prayer for our officers and for our leadership and for our workers in the utility business and our other officers. So that will be an addition this year that we're putting in place. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so we, over in the Summerwood Estates neighborhood, back behind Branson Meadows Mall, we have a residential home for individuals, they're men with developmental disabilities. And so we just saw this event as a wonderful way. One of our biggest goals is community inclusion for our guys and to make them a part of their community, have them get to know their neighbors, and plus they love police and fire and all the lights and all the fun things. So this year, we've really stepped it up a notch. Pizza Ranch is providing pizza for all of our neighbors. We have cookies from Fuddruckers, and we're gonna have actually live music this year. So it's gonna be a party down at Summerwood. So you guys should all stop by and see us. Last year, the guys wore their superhero costumes. I'm not sure what they're planning this year, but it'll be guaranteed fun. So everybody's invited, come by and see us.
Very nice, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Colton, you're up front, please. Actually, I'm very proud to give this. Colton is being recognized as the recipient of the You've Been Caught Citizen Recognition Award for the month of September. On behalf of the Mayor, Board of Aldermen, City Administrator, and City staff, it is my honor to announce Colton Cooper as this month's You've Been Caught Doing Something Good Award winner. This award is to positively recognize Branson citizens and community members who make our community a great place to live, work, and play. Colton is receiving this award because of his quick thinking that helped save an autistic man who had been the subject of a missing persons alert. During a show, the missing man reached out to the Cooper family and wanted to speak to Colton, who was an old friend. Colton then began receiving text messages from friends saying this person was missing and that the police were looking for him. That's when Colton put two and two together that the missing man was in his audience. The Cooper family called the police, who showed up, found the missing man, arrested the kidnapper. Colton's actions that night is a great example of someone who helps the community, helps to keep this community safe. Colton, I'm very proud of you for doing this.
I was just going to say that this was not just me. I'd also like to thank my little brother for telling me that he was out in the crowd, and also Owen Dean. He was the initial person to send me the link of that. So they were also a big part of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Colton. This is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear from citizens who have signed up in the order they were listed. Madam Clerk, any chance we have any speakers tonight?
We have several speakers tonight.
What?
Our first speaker will be Richie Zaitz, and he's speaking on general concerns, 12692 Highway 14 West, Omaha, Arkansas.
For the record, Richie and I have had several conversations. I've shared with Richie that as the mayor, I've been put under quite a bit of pressure on keeping this a business meeting. And I mentioned to Richie at the beginning, and he shared with me that what he's going to share tonight has to do with the city business and what the aldermen can do about it.
Well, the issues that are facing us right now in our communities do have to do with public health, and I'm here to speak about that. There are people that are promoting vaccines for pregnant women, and we've got results, many deaths, many miscarriages, and many deformed children. And I think that's a very, very important issue that we should address. And we have a website which will
Excuse me, Richie.
Yeah.
This really needs to have to do with the city of Branson
Okay.
and the Board of Aldermen.
Okay. This has to do with the city of Branson and the citizens in this city of Branson, as well as messages that need to be sent out to the public. And our website is nomorejab.wordpress.com. So if you want to see information about what I'm speaking about, I wanted to share something in the scriptures real quickly.
Richie,
Larry.
you're going to force me to ask you to be removed from the building. I think you're showing myself, this board, and the community disrespect. This is a business meeting, and we need to discuss business. As I've shared with you personally, what you're saying, I appreciate is important. I asked you the question privately. If we allowed a dozen people to get up and read scripture out of the Bible, that is extremely important to hear scripture from the Bible. However, there's a place and a time. This is a business meeting.
Okay.
It's a venue for the businesses of City of Branson.
Okay.
I will not allow you to read scripture.
Okay. I'm just making the public aware of issues that are important.
I'm going to ask you either to respectfully step down, or I will have to have you removed from the building.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
This seems to be a pattern with
Ne-
me, I guess. Huh?
It is a pattern. Next speaker,
Yeah, I
Madam Clerk.
remember when you were being persecuted.
The next speaker is James Stevens, speaking on marijuana, 2804 Shepherd Hills Expressway, Branson.
Mayor and Board of Aldermen, I just wanted to, I know you guys have no say-so in this, it's on the ballot, but I want to express my feelings and opinions about it. Number one, back in '72, my cousin invited me over to smoke some marijuana, and I had this overwhelming feeling, get out and get out now. And I reluctantly heeded that counsel. He ended up dying about 15 days before his 50th birthday. We were both pretty close in age, really close. And in later years, I lived in Chino Hills, California, where I went before the city council meeting there. And I did a lot of research on if people want to do this thing and they're older, if they have medical issues, that's one thing. But these young kids are getting involved with this. And what I read about this stuff, number one, is in my layman's terms, because I'm not anything to do with the medical field, it screws up the wiring in their head. And with these young kids that are getting involved with this, and I think it's a total disaster for the youth to get involved with marijuana of any kind. I think it's bad. It has no value to us as a community. It's going to cause more problems for our law enforcement, which I deeply respect. And I just want to express those feelings about it. I know you have no say-so because it's on the ballot, but I want to vent why I feel the way I do about it. And so with that, that's basically all I have to say. I'm totally against it. And as far as our law enforcement here, I've taken these big bags of Hershey chocolates and stuff, brought them to our law enforcement here in the fire department because I absolutely respect those men and women who serve in our community. And I think that's about it. One last thing I'd like to bring up. My sweetheart here, we got married about 3 weeks ago, so she's a dyed-in-the-wool conservative like I am. So we're going to be here harassing you and just showing you. I love Branson. I feel like I died and went to heaven, even though I'm from the Federal Republic of California. I will not California or Missouri. That's why I left. But anyway, God bless and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Before our next speaker, those of you that know me know that I want nothing more than to hear from the public. I feel like myself and this Board of Aldermen is the voice of the community. I have been asked now many times that when we're in a Board of Aldermen meeting, when we have public comment, the intention of the public comment is to address this board with things that are taking place within our community that we can do something about. It's purely out of respect of time. It's respect for those that are here, respect for those listening. And this doesn't matter, but just to share quickly, my day started at City Hall. I had a 3 o'clock meeting, a 3:30 meeting. We just finished an hour and a half 4:30 meeting that finished at 6, and then after this meeting, we go into executive session. The purposes of why we're here is to address city business. So as we call up future speakers, please curtail your discussions to this board and what this board can do for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Seitz, speaking on freedom and liberty, 1805 Miller Drive, Branson.
How's everyone tonight?
We're doing great, Ryan.
Good, wonderful. For the record, I am State Representative Brian Seitz. What a difference 2 years makes. 2 years ago, I stood here, and many of you were involved as well, advocating for freedom here in Branson. We had business closures, we had mask mandates, even our very police officers were told to do things that really they didn't want to do, but they were ordered to do that by the mayor and the Board of Aldermen. What a wonderful change has happened over the past 2 years. I personally, and on behalf of Branson, would like to say thank you for the transparency. Thank you for the honesty. Thank you for the true endeavors to make Branson a successful place for tourists to come, for the people that live here. I think all of you have done a marvelous job, and I appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Again, 2 years have involved many changes for the state, some good, some slightly negative, but as far as a legislator, I think we're on a good course in the State House directing the state and the individuals that live here to freedom and liberty and economic prosperity. That has not finished. As you know, and you said you've had a study session that you just had that was very successful and so forth, the time of governance never ends. We've been elected by the people, for the people, and we represent those that we should represent them and have their best interests at heart. I think I've done a good job as the representative of the 156th district in keeping Taney County whole as a congressional district when those from Springfield and even St. Louis and Kansas City wanted to see our community split and divided. No, we're one area. The people that live here in Southwest Missouri share the same values, very positive values. God, family, and country are what Branson's all about. I look forward, if I am reelected, to representing this district in a way that they would deserve, to fight for our freedoms and liberty, and look forward to working with both the mayor and the Board of Aldermen and the city staff to represent the Branson area well. I look forward to speaking to you about your legislative agenda for the next session. And as I'd spoken here before, on December 1st, I can file pre-file bills that will begin to be heard in January. So if we can get together soon, we can all be on the same page. I know you've put an RFP out for a new potential lobbyist for the area. I've been communicating with numerous lobbyists, even today, quite a few hours on the phone, directing them to get in touch with you, people that I would find credible to represent and lobby on behalf of Branson in the State House, as I do on a daily basis. So I just appreciate everything that you've done for the past 2 years. What a marvelous sense of unity, commonality, and just wonderful God-fearing men and women up there on the board and the mayor. I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Seitz.
Our next speaker is Derek Ventura, speaking on a signage at the Majestic Steakhouse Building, 132 Stone Ridge Drive, Branson.
Hello, Derek.
Hello. I'd like to begin by thanking you, Mayor Milton, and the City Council members for your hard work, commitment, and dedication that are making our town a better place to live, work, and play, and I thank you. By way of further introduction, my name is Derek Ventura. I have a live music theater in the Majestic former Steakhouse building called the Ruby Room. Additionally, I have management oversight of the day-to-day operations of the property. I am here today to request a variance to the sign ordinance where it pertains to electronic messaging center signage. The Majestic building is in the community commercial zone, which prohibits EMC wall signage. As I understand it, EMC signage is considered a safety hazard and distraction to motorists and pedestrians that are traveling on Rourke Valley Road and Gretna. However, in this situation, the elevation of the Majestic building is much higher than the traffic elevation and would not visibly impact the motorist or distract from the traffic lights at that intersection. There are currently 3 theaters operating out of this building that are struggling and would greatly benefit by having their shows advertised on an EMC sign. We have all tried to get our message out by putting temporary vinyl signs on the building, the ones that you have all seen just flapping in the wind from time to time. We are asking for the chance to finally get it right. The proposed sign is 15 by 30 and would be just above the canopy of the front of the building, and I just handed those out. I am hoping that you will grant a variance and help us drive traffic to these off 76 theaters. Thank you for your consideration, and again, thank you for making our town a better place to live.
Derek, excuse me. Have you been through our planning and zoning, the variance department with this request?
Yes, I spoke with Denny Rogers. And the information that was given to me was that, because we're zoned in that area, that we're not eligible for a wall sign. However, I'd like to add here that the sign can also be a static type of a sign, wherein that is an option. And also, it can be programmed to scroll either fast or medium or, or whatever.
Sure.
But the main issue here is the Majestic sits so high up that there is no kind of an obstruction, even though it's on that, that four-way corner.
Sure, sure. I was just going to suggest that we do have a process in the city, and it's designed to help. But I'll have Michael, our P&Z director, I'll have him reach out to you, and he can share with you what you'll need. And first, what you'll want to do is take this information to the Planning and Zoning Commission, share that, you'll have an open dialogue, and then that committee comes to us with the recommendation. But yeah, we need to honor what our planning and zoning commissioners have. They're more into the weeds of that, if you will.
Yes.
I appreciate you coming and sharing it with us, and I'm going to have my P&Z director reach out to you.
And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for
Derek?
coming.
Thank you, Board. Yes.
I just want to say real quickly, because you have reached out to me and so has Jonathan about this. I appreciate you coming tonight and bringing this up, because it just allows us all to hear it, and then it allows the mayor to then direct the motions to go, that kind of thing. And once we go through that process, ultimately will be the final decision on that. So it was really good that you came here tonight, and we can get the ball rolling on kind of how, I think your point about the elevation of it is a great point. But, I appreciate you coming tonight. It was probably the right avenue to.
Yeah, and I don't know the specific code of all that and this and that, where that location is, but what you said makes sense, and I mean, I'm on your side. I sure hope that this can work out for him.
Yeah.
So.
Derek,
Excellent. I
thank you
appreciate
so
it.
much for coming.
Yes, and thank you all.
You bet.
Our next speaker is Doug Clark. His topic is Agenda 2037, Sustainability, address 121 St. Andrews Street, Branson.
Hello, Doug.
Larry's kind of patted me on the head last time about not being pertinent to Branson, but in my, examination of all these particular policy things here that I've been talking about for quite some time, is it really is affecting you. And the problem with the sustainability, the Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, is that there's contracts that you have to sign on periodically to get funded to do some of the things they're requiring you to do. And when you do that, you become a private-public partnership in some senses, and you lose a little bit of autonomy on what you're able to do. And what they use this for is a control factor over public policy. And it infringes on a lot of different areas, especially on what you can build on a certain slope, which is in the Branson 2030 plan. That's all has been inputted in here from the Agenda 21 plan. So people started getting aware of that, and so they had to change the terminology on it to 2030. And there are a lot of other connections to this whole thing that lead all the way around through the medical, the educational, and everything, and it's all one group of people that have one goal, is to change our form of government. And if you do not examine these materials that they're bringing in here when they're trying to sell you sustainability on land use, or they want to have you have all electric cars eventually, you need to find out who the people are and where they're coming from and who they're associating with and what the original agenda is all about. That's my fear, is that that should be a number one priority when you have a group. Now, I was here last time and you had some people that were wanting lodging for J1 visas. And, they were kind of subtly wanting you to finance some of that a little bit. That's what I picked up on. But you need to know who they are, what their background is, and if you need to do a background check on them to find out who they've been connected to and how successful they've been, that's one thing I would really do, because you end up spending your money more than the grant is typically. So a grant is a contract. And if it was me, I would say no more grants till we took enough time to really examine what your requirements and legal responsibilities are going to be. So my thing on this is these all influence state clear down to Branson. Everybody's into this sustainability agenda 2030 to the max, and they've been doing it for 10 years at the minimum. So the foundation of all this thing is all grants, our contracts, our funding are associated in three areas, and they all are for control purposes, and they are brought into our community by facilitating actors plus public-private partnerships. And if you know what the old definition of a public-private partnership, it's fascism. That's what a public-private partnership actually is, because you've cut out the majority of the input from the citizens, and you're doing a deal with a private company or foundation or some other kind of association. So what they do is any and all action plans, which Branson had an action plan for 2030. Okay, the biggest influence in that is in development and the back section of that. And if you have never looked at that document, I would really take a look at it and see what the requirements are for builders in there and what it did. There was a nasty taste that happened right after that, because I talked to quite a few friends that I have that are developers, and they weren't happy with it. A lot of people decided to build outside of Branson because of that. So, see, all of these actions are, all of these things are a result of people that are internally employed in various degrees of Branson's encompassing of the town of Branson. Anybody that's been through a planning degree has got this stuff embedded in their head. And that's how a lot of it gets in here. The other source is the chambers of commerce. They're trained in this stuff. It's not just a haphazard drop in here.
30 seconds.
So of all these things, what I would like to see happen is that I'd like to see some real examination of the people that are facilitating the policy or what they want to do, whether it actually is going to help Branson or put us in a worse position financially eventually. So that's what I would ask you to do. And I had asked the other gentleman there about whether he said last time I was there you were going to look into Agenda 2030 and sustainability and really examine the length of time, the people involved in purporting that, and make a decision whether you really want to go down that road entirely or not. I'm not an anti-environmentalist, but I don't want some fascist person putting edicts out that you can get arrested for, and they do that. There's some towns that have environmental police that drive around in cars and tell people they can't have tomato plants on their front porches. That's 20 years ago that was going on. We're a little behind the scope here of what the control factor of all this is, and I don't like the concept of a policy that's had some nefarious things that happened to certain countries, one for Germany, one for the Soviet Union, and one for China. And this is the precursor of how this stuff is put into a country. And you really have to be eternally vigilant, like our founding fathers said, to see what the real story is on what the outcome of this is. And as far as I can tell, there isn't anything good about the environmental movement the way they want to institute it. But I mean, if a normal person does not want the environment degraded and they want to have a nice life and have access to the things that you have to maintain an economy. But if you let some radical person in here that thinks of gasoline and petroleum as a boogeyman, and we switch over to an electrical system for cars, and we find out 60% of our economy that people have to use to get here to Branson, in 2030, they're going to shut it off. California's already done it, and so they have also just turned off the ability to have natural gas to
That's right.
put in your stove. So this may sound a little obtuse, but there's a lot of nefarious stuff that goes on into the minutia of these different agreements. And what I do is I look this stuff up, I read it, and get brain dead from it primarily, but there's stuff in here that you ought to be exposed to for yourself to quell the thing that this is true or not true. You know, that's what you got to decide, whether it's true or it benefits Branson or doesn't.
Doug, appreciate you sharing that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Larry Thompson, speaking on water quality, tourism, and recreation, 381 Crystal Lane, Walnut Shade.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come in and speak to you tonight. This is going to be a hard act to follow after this last gentleman, because I believe that what we have going on down here on Lake Taneycomo is a serious issue, and it affects everyone in the United States, the world, and in our community. And that's the water quality that's going on down here on the lake. There's just an enormous amount of nutrients in that lake from the landing down to where at this time of the year, there are just large rafts of blue-green algae that are growing out there. And it's overuse of nutrients. We don't check our lawn soil to see what we need. We over-apply, and so it ends up getting washed down into our waterways. Another thing that has happened has been that since the landing was built, the amount of trash in the lake down there is incredible. I paddle that water almost every day from Rockaway Beach up to Beeler Road, which is just on the outskirts of Branson. Every day, I can come back in with a large trash bag full of trash if I wanted to. And that's styrofoam, the little single mini shots of alcohol that they sell at the store for, what, $1? So that it ends up in our waterways. And I have seen animals die down there on the lake that there's no reason for it. They should be healthy, but then you look and you see what is in the water down there. And we could all come together and do something about it, but it takes all the people that live along the lake to come together as stakeholders and talk about it and see what we can do with our government agencies. I know Brian Seitz was here. I talked to your office last year about this issue, and it's something that we cannot just let go. I mean, it's serious. And when we talk about the landing and what has gone on down there, there's good things that have happened, and your statement that there are bad things that have happened. One thing that happened down there, they closed off the public access to non-motorized boaters. We do not have a safe place to launch or retrieve canoes or kayaks in this community. We have to go up to the RV park where the boat ramps built for boats, motorboats. The restrooms are down there. If you want to launch, you got to go up by the bridge. There's no restrooms up there. There's no facilities. And the best place for that was down at the North Beach. They closed that off down there. They put that strip mall in down there, and they put the big rocks in where the road was at, put their little trail in down there, and they went and put a bench in down there where people used to launch and retrieve their canoes and kayaks. Now, that was probably historically where Jim Owens used to take his boats on and off the water. Yep. That's part of our heritage. And we sold out our heritage for a shopping mall. And that's crazy. You cannot land a boat down at the landing now if you're a private boater. It doesn't make sense. You know, we've been culturally appropriated. And I've been told, we brought this up 14 years ago. We were told, well, you're in the private sector. You've got the canoe and kayaks handled. And it's like, yeah, we were in the private sector.
30 seconds.
Some of us were private users, some of us were businessmen, but we needed the access that would be safe so that we could get out there. And that was part of the community, part of your resources, that your monthly statement about wise use of your resources. The people, you had a community here that would have gotten involved with a lot of these things that I'm talking about tonight. And you could create a nice water trail down there to bring the public in and have something for tourism besides going and spending a lot of money.
Larry, I want to tell you I appreciate you raising our awareness on this. I'm also going to suggest to my Parks and Rec department to, if you would leave your contact information.
She has it. She's had it for 14 years.
We know who her is. I'm going to follow up with her. Don't want to say any names
I don't
publicly.
mean it.
No,
It's just, it's what we've heard for 14 years,
Okay,
the private sector.
It's a valid point. The past has been the past. You're talking to a new board now. I'm
And
not
there's
going
an
to sit here.
opportunity to create
I'm not going to
really good
overpromise
things.
and underdeliver, but I will tell you that we're going to take a stab at fixing that. And I
Please,
appreciate you raising
please.
our awareness.
Because I am becoming involved again in the kayaking community. I've just started paddling in the Mississippi River, and I've joined in with some folks up in the St. Louis area.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the American Canoe Association. I'm trying to get onto the state board for the American Canoe Association so that we can reach out and create public-private partnerships that aren't fascist, but they're there for everybody, and all the stakeholders come in and make it happen. Thank you.
Larry, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deanna Slatton, speaking on development, 187 Lone Pine, Branson.
Hi, how are y'all?
Hi. Speaking of DM,
I'm going to kind of kick
Deanne?
in on the,
please pull the mic so we can all hear you.
I'm going
Thank
to
you.
kick in on the Agenda 21 thing, just a little takeoff of him. What I've learned over the years in real estate was that these projects were coming in like he was talking about. They are actually planning to do this as a way of control. It has nothing to do with the climate. It is all about controlling the public, okay? They are going to have sections all over the United States. 50% of the land of the United States is going to be designated as wildlands. You and I aren't going to be fishing and swimming very long. Only the elites will be doing that. The ones that can afford the permits to get out on those lakes and land and all of this stuff. That is the plan. That is what they are planning to do. Now, something else they are planning. When JFK said that they had a plan to enslave everyone in the world, he was absolutely correct. They are planning it. So they will be designating areas for this group, this group, this group, and you will not be allowed to leave your area. And if you think I'm kidding, go listen to Ann Bressington. She knows all about it. And she also knows about the culling. The culling is happening right now. And I would have never believed it had I not watched this stuff over the years. I would have never believed the culling. But it is happening. And the bioweapons are the shots right now. And the worm and everything else that we've brought forward. So my question is, when you talk about that we're adopting certain things from Agenda 2030, what exactly are you adopting? The public has a right to know that. And as far as Klaus Schwab says, you will rent everything and own nothing and be happy. That is not true. You will rent everything that they want to charge to you. Uniforms will be expensive. You will be renting your uniform. You will have a uniform for the mornings and to work and to home to sleep in. I'm not joking. They plan on watching every bit of your move through your television, through your cell phone. They'll know everywhere you've been. I am not kidding about what I'm telling you. It's not conspiracy, it's reality. And we are living it right now. So my question to you is, what are you going to do with the public as far as giving them information that you are doing in the public with this 2030 thing? Because some of us are going to stand up against it. I can promise you that, because it's not constitutional at all. And he is absolutely right.
Deanna, and just so the public knows and those that are listening, Deanna's referring to our Community 2030 plan.
It's Agenda 21, Sustainable Development, whatever you want to call it. They keep changing the name because everybody keeps finding out about it.
It was created in 2010 with a 20-year plan. I don't know that, the 2030 plan has not come up in discussion. I'll have you know from this board. If there are items within the 2030 plan, and if you wouldn't mind, if you would highlight those and talk and bring to our attention anything in that 2030 plan that you can reference, then this board would be happy to address that.
Thank you. And something else that the United States people need to know. Did you know that your national parks are not owned by us anymore? The UN owns them. Did you know that? I bet a lot of people don't know that. The UN actually owns our parks. So don't think that they're not going to come in and tell you you can't be on the park, because it can happen any day, actually, any day.
Thank you for sharing.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make it very clear that the 2030 plan is going to be coming up pretty shortly on planning and zoning. I know myself and the other members of this board that have served on planning and zoning have some significant issues with what is in the 2030 plan. When it talks about green spaces, it's anti-growth, there's a lot of things. I think we can put two things in a thing. I mean, we can take a government class on UN and all that stuff, and we can go down that road and watch fun videos, and that might be the origin of it. Or we can actually look at it and say, what can we actually change within this? I mean, I was kind of shocked to see that almost every single one of our agenda items has a check mark whether it goes with 2030 plan or not. So I resonate with some of the things that have been said, but I'm more interested in actually taking a look at the individual component parts of that plan as opposed to sort of the broad overreaching of where it came from and the philosophies and these kind of things. But I can't say it enough. I've said it to these individuals in the crowd tonight. We're going to look at that. It was supposed to be done last year. I don't know why it keeps getting put off, but it's going to be addressed in the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it will come to us. So.
Great. Thank you, Marshall. Oh, thank you, Doug. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Alex McCauley, speaking on City Solutions to Big Problems, 200 Box Elder Lane.
Hi, I know quite a few of you. I'm actually ran for presiding commissioner because of Agenda 2030. I wanted to become one of the firewalls standing in its way. I almost feel as if I'm going to sound like a broken record other than the fact that one thing I think we ought to do in this body is before the meeting convenes, this is something easy that we could do. Every time we run over, or you run over the legislative powers in Article 1, Section 8, and the executive powers in Article 2, Section 3, and see exactly how those can apply to the city level, and then keep your policy within those guidelines. That is one of the biggest things that we could do as a city that could benefit the entire population. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Our next speaker is Tim Gorey, speaking on homelessness, panhandling. The address is 317 River Bluff Drive, Branson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My family and I moved here from California a year ago, and like some others that have spoken today, I'm not interested in changing Branson. I love Branson the way it is. We're very happy to be here. But I'm seeing things that I'm concerned about just because of my experience in California that I want to talk to you about. I was a top executive in a large school district, with part of my role being a liaison to the city and county agencies and government officials in my area on behalf of the school district. And over 10 years in the city that I was in Fairfield, I got an inside look at government responses to local problems. And I was horrified at the dramatic increase in homelessness and panhandling over those 10 years, mostly due to what I think was a core misunderstanding of the causes of the problem itself. I'm concerned that Branson may unwittingly roll down that same path. I myself have referred to the problem as homelessness because that's the way we as a society have labeled it. And that's the term that people will automatically recognize. But in reality, we're dealing largely with a growing problem of drug addiction and, to a lesser degree, mental illness. In California, it was assumed that all or most of the people sleeping on other people's property without permission and asking for money on the street were in that situation because of an uncontrollable misfortune in their lives. It was assumed that if we gathered enormous amounts of public resources to give them a place to live, food to eat, and training to secure jobs, that they would respond by becoming productive members of society, eventually no longer needing public help. After all, everyone wants a place to call home and to be useful to a larger community, right? But as it turns out, most of the people living on the street are addicted to drugs, and as a result, they've got a singular focus, and that's to get the drugs that they need. Even food and water are secondary to this focus. So where do you think getting and paying for a place to live falls in that priority? It's a distant third, I assure you. Most drug habits cost around $60 per day at this point to maintain, which is about 1/5 of what it was just a few years ago. That's about $1,800 a month. If you simply ask people on the street in this situation what's going on here, it becomes painfully clear. They've consciously chosen to get rid of their housing expenses in favor of pouring whatever funds they can get their hands on to maintaining their drug habit. In fact, the drug-addicted homeless most often decide where they will camp based on the camp's proximity to available drugs. In California, some cities even bought hotels for groups of homeless people, only to find that very few would even stay there if they couldn't acquire drugs they needed on site. The rest of us struggle to understand how a person can accept living in these kinds of conditions because we don't fully understand what it's like to be completely focused on feeding that kind of addiction. So when a community offers resources to people in this situation, those resources end up squandered and twisted to support whatever addiction those people have. I'm not saying that some homeless can't rejoin standard society and become productive members of their community. Some certainly can. What I'm saying is that the percentage of those people is much smaller than most people think. No matter what the percentage is, however, it's critical that we give our city agencies the tools they need to sort the homeless and panhandlers into two groups: those who want to rejoin society productively and those who don't. Once sorted, those who want to become a productive member of our community should be taken, not just directed, but physically taken, to a place that has been set up to take care of their immediate physical needs and put them on a path to getting a job and finding a permanent place to live. In this process, they will need to follow the rules of the program that is giving them shelter, food, and job training. If they don't follow the rules of the program, they get put into the next category, and that is those who don't agree to become a productive member of our community should They should be mandatorily removed from the streets of the city and placed in rehabilitation or
30
incarcerated.
seconds.
This is where Branson has some work to do. We've got to create laws or ordinances that support the police in these kinds of actions. We need to make sure that the laws that already exist, which are being broken, people sleeping without permission on private property, are being enforced. And we need to make sure that laws or ordinances exist and are clear that people can't sleep without permission on public property either. We need to create laws or ordinances that make it illegal or at least difficult to panhandle in public. And the bottom line is this: we've got to decide what is acceptable in our city now and shape the laws and processes to encourage that. Otherwise, we will find ourselves living in the middle of what is unacceptable faster than you can possibly imagine. I, for one, am happy to volunteer my time to help further research these issues and recommend actions to the city should the board be interested in pursuing that. Thank you.
Tim, thank you very much, and if you would, leave your contact information. Go ahead, Ruth.
I responded to you, what you put on the neighbors thing. I'm happy to meet you. Thank you so much for reaching out. We've been asking for help in this area.
Yes, we have.
Also, there's a group that meets, so maybe Lisa could give the information. Remember the group that all pitches in from different organizations to help. And then Mr. Gorey did have a suggestion for an ordinance. I was going to ask if you could provide a copy of that ordinance to us regarding the business license aspect for panhandling. I think you'd
Yeah,
mentioned
I can look
okay.
into that and give you some options.
Okay, thank you again very, very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Mayor, how are we going to, is somebody going to follow up with
Yeah.
him? Is that-
Chief Matthews will follow up because he works with that organization and can get that information. Thank you.
I just think this is a resource we don't want to just
That's
slip
exactly
by.
right.
That's something we need to focus on. That was good stuff.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, Tim and I have had many conversations, sometimes late at night, texting back and forth, and he's definitely got some insight that we don't have. I mean, he's come from a bigger municipality. He's watched, his prior home, prior state, basically disintegrate right before his eyes. And when he reached out to me about this initially, that was his biggest fear. We moved to Branson because we wanted to get away from that, and he can already see some semblance of that. And so, I applaud him for stepping up and coming in before us. And thank you so much
Well,
for
and
the insight.
it seems to be more and more, and I mean, Chief might be able to speak to this, but in the last couple of months or so, I feel like I'm seeing more new faces on the streets that I've never seen before. It's like there's been an influx of new people showing up in face. I've had to call the police 2 times this last week to my property because of issues.
Right.
So.
And Tim, I believe we've communicated on next door also. Yep. We will follow up. Thank you again.
I wonder if becoming a charter city might help us be able to address.
Well, I was going to
things.
throw that out there. We may have limitations at the state statute level that we wouldn't have as a charter city. It's worth pursuing. Thank you. That's a high level of interest in our community. Madam Clerk?
That's all of our speakers tonight.
So next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda so they can ask additional questions? Any items from the board? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you read the items on the consent agenda, please?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the August 23rd, 2022 study session, August 23rd, 2022 regular meeting, and September 8th, 2022 special meeting, and September 16th, 2022 special meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Finance Committee minutes for the June 30th, 2022 regular meeting. Acknowledgement of disbursements for August 19th, 2022 through September 15th, 2022. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Get a second.
Second.
I've got a second. Sorry. Not showing up. There you go.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Your Honor, that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation by Jillian Dennis Skillings from Top Trumps, the U.S. licensing agent for Hasbro, regarding a special project to honor and immortalize the Branson community.
Hi, I'm actually Katie Hubbard from Top Trumps. Jillian couldn't make it, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, Aldermen, distinguished guests. I apologize ahead of time if I run away screaming because I'm terrible at public speaking, but thank you so much for having me.
I think you're doing great.
Oh, thank you so much. Encouragement. I am here today as a representative of Top Trumps USA under licensing from Hasbro to announce that Mr. Monopoly is here in Branson. Officially, Branson will be passing go as the next city to get a customized edition of Monopoly. So this customized edition of Monopoly will immortalize all the amazing things that everyone loves about Branson and all the great things Branson has to offer, from local parks and lakes to your restaurants and attractions. So I'm so excited to be here in one of the biggest entertainment meccas of the country. My brother and I were actually Kanakuk campers as kids, nice. So my family spent a lot of time here when I was younger. Growing up, we'd come out here every summer. So it's been a while since I've been out here, but I'm so excited to see it through adult eyes. And of course, now my aunt and uncle and their kids come out here every summer too, because it's just one of those family-friendly destinations that there is something for everyone. So, of course, my family still plays Monopoly every holiday season or whenever my brother's in town, because he lives overseas. But I can't wait for families like mine who would come here every summer to take a piece of Branson home with them and get excited about their next trip out here, because like mine, there are so many families that come back every single year. So, sorry, I'm shaking a little bit.
You did great.
Thanks. So because Branson has been a favorite to my family and so many others, as a family-friendly destination, we want to recognize the locals as well and all the things that you guys love about your city. And of course, thank you for opening your arms every year to the millions of families that come out here. So we want to represent what the locals love along with what the tourists love about Branson on this edition and what you guys love about the city. So we want to hear from you. Who do you want to see on the board? Who do you think those iconic boardwalk and Park Place squares should be? So if you want to submit your suggestions to branson@toptrumps.com. Deadline for submissions is October 21st. But Mr. Monopoly and I will be out in the hallway if you want to take pictures or you want to ask more questions. But again, thank you so much for your time and for listening to me rant as long as I have, so thank you.
I'll tell you.
Hey, Jillian. Hey, Jillian. Yeah, let me just say, yeah, real quick. So, and you guys obviously haven't gone, but there over the years, there've been kind of bootleg copies of this kind of thing go on.
Yes.
So I really appreciate that you're doing this. Yeah. Minister Monopoly says no way. I really appreciate that you're taking the suggestions.
Yeah, if you have the off-brand, chuck them.
No, I understand. And because there are things that if you didn't know Branson, you might not know the actual real fun things to add. And so I really encourage our community to really get in there and add, what we really think are the actual iconic pieces of Branson.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, especially because I'm, helping create this board, and it's been so long since I've been out here, and I know so much about the city has changed. So I'm really eager to comb through those suggestions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
I have a
Thank you.
question.
Sure.
Now, on this thing, are you guys selling spots to local businesses? Is that what's happening?
Yes, we wouldn't be able to do this without the support of the community, for sure.
Right. So to get on the board, if you're a business, there's levels or partnerships, is that right?
Different levels to get involved.
Pay to play.
Clay Cooper, you should be Park Place, the high rent district.
Boardwalk.
We do look for, too, local charities. We want to represent those on the community chest square. So if there's a local charity, I know you guys are big into your Veterans Week and things like that, which coming from a
Yes,
family
we
with
are.
loads of veterans, I really appreciate that personally. So,
Well, I'm going to say that the fact that Branson is now, there's a Branson edition of Monopoly,
Yes.
the official Monopoly,
exactly.
that puts us on the map.
Oh, big.
Huh?
Well,
At an international level.
exactly, and this is only the second edition we've done in Missouri, the first being Kansas City, which will launch next month. But the Kansas City mayor was really stoked that they were beating St. Louis and Chicago, and you guys have too, so that's huge.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how we didn't beat Kansas City. Just saying.
So sorry.
That's okay. Clay?
What?
I would like you to take over the agenda. I'm going to go take a picture with Mr. Monopoly.
Oh, cool.
Why don't the whole board take a picture with them?
Do you want to? Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, why don't the whole board take a picture with him? That'd be great. Yeah. Cash money, baby.
Let's go, Mayor.
Get this going. Cowboy hat, Clay Cooper.
I think the pieces should be a little Andy Williams, a little Mel Tillis, little, yeah.
Or we could use that monument from Liberty. And
That's great. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation by Lisa Marshall on the Taney County Health Department.
Okay, board, just a heads up. Lisa's going to be asking for money. She did not see the study session.
So we're broke.
So we can respond appropriately.
Well, I started to say that's a hard act to follow, but it sounds like this could get interesting.
Go ahead.
So,
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa Marshall, Taney County Health Departments. And I'm looking for is this the clicker?
That would, yep.
Okay.
Up, down. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so I was here a few months ago and just shared a little bit about our overall services. Just a little refresher, we have 2 locations, one in Branson, one in Forsyth. We serve all of Taney County. But today I'm here to speak with you specifically about our environmental health program. So we have a long-standing partnership with the city through this program, and I just want to share a bit about that. and of course, kind of the why behind our ask. So a bit of history, and this predates me, and I think this predates many on the board, and so I'm going to start from the beginning. But basically, way back when, there were actually 2 environmental health departments. So we have the Taney County Environmental Health Team, and then the city of Branson had their own. And so over time, it came to be that there was duplication in services, there was a lot of confusion, and the 2 departments decided that they wanted to merge and streamline those services, so there'd be one point. Also from a financial fiscal piece of it, it made more sense for there to just be one department. And so the Branson Environmental Health Team, they joined the Taney County Health Department in 2008. Whenever this first occurred, the contract amount was around $900,000. And so that was basically what it was costing the city to operate back in 2008. There were about 12 inspectors with 1 manager, and so they all came on board to Taney County. But since then, a lot has changed. We now have decreased, we've decreased the amount the program costs at the moment. We have fewer inspectors. Of course, 12 was a lot of inspectors. We didn't need that many at that time. But the city has definitely grown, and inventory has changed over the years. And so just kind of a brief where we've been, where we're going. We do get a lot of questions, so I want to throw this in real quick about what we follow, where the authority comes from. And so we do follow the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services codes as well as the FDA food codes. And so specifically, we follow the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services lodging codes. And I bring that up because Branson alone has more lodging facilities than any other county in the state of Missouri. And so we are sort of the go-to folks for lodging. We get a lot of questions about it from other counties. So we are definitely a role model in the way of our lodging program, which is why I bring that up. We also follow the City of Branson Health Code, and that's part of your municipal code. So it's Chapter 46, it's health and sanitation. And you can see these are the items that we inspect based upon that health code. So, of course, these are the food and lodging are the most well-known, but of course we do some of these other items for y'all as well. And I bring this slide up as just an idea to give you all a scope of the work. So throughout Taney County, of course, we provide services for all of Taney County, but the bulk of our environmental health work, about 85% of it, is in actually Branson. So we have 933 food establishments, 125 lodging facilities, 275 pools for a total of 1,333 total facilities. So that does not include or account for the frequency of inspections. So for example, with our food establishments, if they're considered a high risk, we go out 3 times a year. If they're a medium risk, it's twice a year, and if they're a low risk, it's once a year. So that solely counts for the actual establishment, not the number of times we go out. It does not account for any of our revisits. So unfortunately, sometimes our facilities don't pass on the first go-round. We provide them guidance, and we get them past future visits, which are our revisits. Or complaints. So unfortunately, I think we all know that if you've got a business or an organization, you get complaints from time to time. So these are anything from unsanitary conditions, foodborne illnesses. It really runs the gamut of things. And so this is what our inventory looks like when it comes from an establishment facility sort of standpoint. That also, from a workload standpoint, does not account for much of the other workload that our inspectors specifically do for Branson. So anytime we've got new opening businesses, we do pre-open inspections to make sure that they're safe and ready to go whenever they do open. And also for our restaurant facilities to help them determine what risk level they fall in, which is largely based on their menu offerings. We also do re-inspections. We do temporary events. So all of our festivals, we come out, if they've got food that's involved, we come and inspect and make sure that that's going to be safe for our visitors and our public. Of course, we do the tattoo, massage, childcare. I mentioned the complaints. Some of the other things that folks don't always realize is that we're also involved in our plan reviews. So, for example, the open for business process, our inspectors come to that. Our goal is to help businesses get through that as quickly as possible, which requires manpower on our side. And so we're very much involved with those. We also attend many, many collaborative meetings. So for example, our lodging team, which also works with the fire department and the code enforcement, we've been meeting at least once a month, if not twice a month, for I think since 2018. So these are meetings that we very much see ourselves as a partner in this. It's in everyone's best interest that we have health and safe facilities here in Branson. And so we very much see us being a part of that. Some other things that we do, as I mentioned, are foodborne outbreaks. We also do water quality. And we also work within your system, such as Citizen Serve. So that's the documentation where we put all of our information from our inspections that helps with the entire process. We also do courtesy consultations. So anytime a business has a question, we'll come out for free and answer those questions. We would rather be a resource and an educator first, and that's really what we focus on doing. So if there's, sometimes we'll have like our potlucks at churches, or we'll have nonprofit events where we do not have jurisdiction, but they'll call us just to ask questions, and we're very much involved in that to keep the public safe. So I bring this up from our staffing standpoint. So this is specific to the city of Branson. We do have a manager for this team. They spend half their time in community outreach and the other half in environmental health. We have one coordinator, environmental health coordinator, who does a lot of our lodging program. And then we have 4 environmental health specialists, and those are the folks that are out there doing those inspections every day. And then we've got 1 clerical. So we very definitely, we feel like if we have more people, we can be more responsive, we can meet the needs of the city better. And so that's why this request to us is so important, because we want to be sure that we are really able to get out there and fulfill what we need to with our inspections, but also to help keep our residents and our visitors safe, because we have an enormous workload here in Branson, which is great because that means people are coming to us, business is booming and thriving, which is excellent. I do show you this, and I know this is tiny, so I apologize, but you should have a copy of that in your packets. I bring this up just for full transparency so you all can see what our budget looked like in '21, what it looked like in '22 when we did have the 50,000 reduction, and then what we're proposing in '23 in order for us to hire a new inspector, because we definitely believe that we need the help as the city grows. So again, we will be asking for the 180,000 when it comes time to renew our contract. Last year we had the 130,000. So that's something that we are really hoping that, we can answer questions about, the workload that we do, the assistance we provide the city, and just also the importance of the work that we do to our community. And so I guess the last thing I'll leave you with is just, like I said, the importance of what we do. So, when we start to think about our economy, it is definitely based on that tourism, hospitality aspect, and every single piece of that the health department touches in one way or another. And so our goal is prevention, and we want to be sure we're keeping everybody that comes here healthy. We want to be sure that we have safe offerings when people do come to town, but also for our residents. And we really believe that if we had more capacity, the health department would be able to do more and be more proactive and be preventive about that. And I will say, I know last year we had conversations about what the contract looked like. And I will tell you, we are struggling to get it all done at this point in time. We simply are just running out of hours in the day. So we very much feel like we're a part of what we offer to our residents. I'll give an example of back in 2007, 2008, there was giant norovirus outbreaks. I don't know if anybody remembers that. We had bus tours that entire buses got sick. It involved 4 different countries, and it involved hundreds of people that got sick. And so I think for a couple years after that, we had problems with bus tours would call and ask about the status of how that's doing. And so we very much see how public health, that's just one example. If we have a situation that arises, how that can impact people that come to our community. Yeah. So again, we very much consider ourselves, prevention, and we want to be sure that we're keeping our residents and our visitors safe. And so that's why we're here today asking. So any questions I can answer for y'all?
Lisa, I have a couple things.
Sure.
Number one, I did not realize Taney County Health attended our open for business meeting, so I want to thank you for that, because that's a great service for those that are wanting to open up businesses. I had a former alderman ask me questions about our food trucks. Mm-hmm. And what his initial inquiry was why our fees are so high. And so I shared with him what our city fees were. And he was really referencing the Taney County health fees for our food trucks. Mm-hmm. Would you address that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe I spoke to that individual as well and answered some of the questions. So when you get so we're talking mobile food trucks is pretty much what we're talking here. And so whenever you receive a health permit for a mobile food truck in the city of Branson, that covers you throughout the entire county. which is why that fee is what it is. That's not the case with all of our jurisdictions. Some of our jurisdictions have that same health permit, but it only covers their work within that city limits. And so that's what the difference is there. Also, when you look at our fee structure, you are paying for the mobile food truck health permit, which again has that high, medium, low, which is why there's the 3 different prices based upon the risk level. But you don't also pay the food permit. So it's one or the other. Either you are a restaurant, brick and mortar, or you have a food truck. You're not paying for both of those. And I think there was some confusion about paying for both of those, but that is not the case. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, and one of the questions was, the city, if a food truck went into the city of Hollister, their fees from the health department was less than if they opened up a food truck in Branson. Did I hear you say, because if you get a food truck license in Branson, it allows you to operate
Travel
in the whole?
across the county and operate in any portion of the county. Of course,
And a license in, or permit, excuse me, in Hollister only allows you to do business in Hollister.
exactly.
So then, to be fair, would we want to discuss having a food truck license in Branson just for Branson to make those fees equal?
Yeah, so that's a very valid point, and that is actually how it used to be a couple of years ago. And what we heard from vendors was that that was a real stumbling block because, the purpose of having a mobile food truck is to pick up and go. And so originally, that's what it was. Every jurisdiction had that, and we received a lot of feedback that it was not helpful and it was cost prohibitive for some of our vendors. However, Hollister does, I can't speak for them, but they feel like that best serves some of their clientele that only wants to stay in Hollister. But the bulk of the feedback that we heard when it was separate like that was that it was not helpful to business.
Could we consider maybe giving them an option? It's less of a fee if you only want to operate in Branson. However, the choice is if you paid this much more, you could operate in the whole county.
I think we're open to any of that discussion. I think we had not moved in that direction because we were there and we received so much feedback.
Sure.
So, which is why we are here. But we're definitely, me, we're always open for conversation. We want to be helpful to our businesses. Like I said on the phone, our community loves food trucks. We like food trucks. And so we want to be sure that we're being helpful to our local businesses. We don't want to be a stumbling block for them.
Yeah, and from my point of view, obviously, it doesn't feel good when I hear, well, if you open up in Hollister, it costs you less than if you open up in Branson, right?
Yeah, and of course, I completely understand that. But again, with Hollister, they are only allowed to operate within Hollister. And
I think
that's the difference.
It's that new mayor over there.
Mr. Mayor.
So, hold on a second. Lisa, so will this be approved during our budgeting process, this fee?
The contract or the fee?
Yes.
So the contract, we need to know, we will bring a separate contract to the board, and that's part of this discussion, so we kind of have a feel what to bring back to the board. We could do that in the near future. As far as the fee, that's a code amendment or a code addition, or however we want to do it. That comes through our code book.
And we need to take that back to our board as well and kind of talk through what that
But,
process
yeah,
looks like
but the question on
internally.
the table is, last year, their fee was reduced from 180,000 to 130,000.
So that's
And
their, sorry,
No, go ahead.
that's their contract, yes,
Okay.
correct. That'll
So-
be a contract amendment.
So the contract will be coming to the
Yes,
board?
Yes.
I just wanted to share some of this information and just the history because, I'm new and I realize that sometimes that history doesn't travel with it, but also our community is really changing and we definitely want to be very responsive to what our business community needs. And so that's why I kind of wanted to come and express how important this is to our team. Because, if we do get that increase to where we were, we really would like to bring on that inspector that we did not hire.
Clay, do you have something?
What was the request? The current contract was 130.
It used to be
It was
100.
180.
It was 180. Last year, they were reduced to 130.
Yeah, I remember that.
So now they're coming up for contract, they're wanting to take it back to the 180.
To 180.
So they can hire another
I
inspector.
just wanted to be clear. I thought I heard her say 380. I thought, oh, that's quite a jump.
We'll take that too.
Yeah.
There's plenty of work to do.
So she's just requesting the 50,000 back.
Just put it back.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to provide you all the opportunity, if you have any questions about our program, that I can either answer them for you this evening or find the answer out and bring it back.
Lisa, you are clearly one of those entities and have the responsibilities that is extremely important for our community.
Thank you.
Marshall?
I just want to take it back to the food truck thing for really quickly. Originally on P&Z, it essentially was impossible to have a stationary food truck, to the point it was very arbitrary. You had to like move it every night to a different location just so that it wasn't stationary. I think initially when the trend started, people really thought food trucks were going to be a thing that moved from lot to lot. And maybe there still are some of those, but you're seeing more now courts where they just stay, you know, so yeah, I think people are thinking a little bit differently now. And
Sure.
so.
Yeah, and we always try to be really responsive because I think you're absolutely right. You know, initially they came out very quickly. They were seeing other places. They came to Branson very quickly, and everyone kind of was like, "What do we do with this?" And then we learned and we evolved and moved forward. And I think that just continues to happen with this. You know, the food truck industry. It just keeps evolving, and so we certainly want to stay current with what we're doing and offering. But you're absolutely right.
In fact, that raises a good question because at the beginning, it was a mobile food truck. And now with them becoming stationary, I don't know how the restaurant industry feels about, I mean, because obviously the cost of opening up brick and mortar on a location or opening up a permanent food truck, but I don't know, maybe that's for a discussion for another
Well, and I
day.
would say I do think that there's some food code that defines what makes a food truck other than just the wheels. So.
Okay. Cody, did you have something?
I just want to add to what Marshall said. It appears that, you know, we are
If
developing.
Marshall already said it, why would you need?
I'm going to go a little deeper. No, as far as like food courts in general, where, you know, Branson Meadows Mall is looking at doing one and really
Yes.
establishing that. And we're looking at 248. I mean, I don't know if you've been by there, but they're really stepping up their game. I mean, they're like almost creating like adding awnings and little
Seating.
enclosing and seating and things like that. So, you know, I think that, you know, in the beginning, yeah, they thought they were going to move around a little more to probably attract more business or do little pop-ups, but it really seems like they're kind of settling into these court-like situations, which I think is an advantage to our community because you can park in one place and you can have a meal, I can have a meal, and, you know, the two kids can have a completely different meal. So I think it's something that we should look at they may want to just specifically be
Okay,
Branson.
fair
And,
enough.
you know, I think it's definitely something to investigate for sure.
Yeah, and if
Thank
it's
you,
all
Ralph.
right, I'd like to take that back to my team, and we're happy to have that conversation with anyone from the city that you would like to speak with us about that, so very happy to do so.
You can meet with Ralph, he has a lot to add.
We'd love to give a tour, too. Come on down to the health department.
Is that it?
That's all I've got.
And
Any other
Lisa, you're
questions?
not looking for any action tonight, this was just a presentation.
That's correct, but a direction as to what the board would,
How does the board feel
Feel.
about placing the fee back to the 180 where it used to be? Or would you like to see if you can twist her arm, tell her she does not need an additional inspector and keep it at 130?
Seems to me like we have, if you look at the county as a whole, we have a pretty big, we're utilizing a lot of those resources over there. And so it was helpful to see what the number was when it was in-house, you know, versus what we have the opportunity for now. And so, you know, with that kind of context, and again, thinking about how much Branson utilizes your guys' services, it only makes sense to me.
Ruth, Clay?
Really? Let me just touch on what Marshall and Ralph touched on. Well, I mean, that was when I saw 933 restaurants,
Why can't we find a place to
270
eat?
pools, I mean, that's a lot of, and what is your staff again? Just,
Well, I'll go backwards.
how
So
many?
we've got 4 inspectors, 1 environmental, We have 4 inspectors that are dedicated to Branson. We have 1 clerical staff, 1 environmental health coordinator, and then half of a manager.
And you'd be adding another inspector?
We would add another inspector to that, yes, sir.
That's a big workload for not a lot of bodies. So, I mean, I would lean in favor of helping fund that. I mean,
Thank you for
that's a
sharing.
big workload.
Anybody on this side?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're, this board has been committed to making it easier to do business in Branson, and if, another inspector would kind of take that heavy lift off of the ones that are probably overworked, and I think that's definitely an important idea, for sure.
Yeah. Would you accept this as paid?
Is that an IOU?
Here, you can have mine
No,
too.
this is paid in full.
I'm going to need you to write
And city.
IOU on that, please.
Okay, Lisa, did you get your
Yes,
direction?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much. Public can have input, absolutely.
At the microphone.
Sure, come on up.
Dun, 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 dun.
My name is Cherry Webster. I live at 118 Country Bluff Drive. I'd like to ask you a question first. The $130,000 that goes to the health department, does any of that cover the COVID program that they have? No.
Actually, I know this is very small.
Lisa?
You can blow it up, can't you?
Lisa, I need you in your mic,
Sorry.
please. Yeah.
If I'm going to pull this up, it's very small, but you can see right here our contract service revenue. That is from the city of Branson. We were at 180. We were at the 130 last year. We're requesting the 180 again. And then if you go down to the bottom here, you can see where this is all salaries. It's all of our program expenses, the vehicles our inspectors drive, their health insurance, the utilities to keep the lights on that side of the building. So every single dollar of that, and you can see that that 130 doesn't cover the entire program. We still would have covered $50,000 last year out of our general revenue. So none of that goes towards COVID. No.
Okay. So then my question becomes, if you're going to be looking at adding another $50,000 to the contract, might you consider adding even some more money for a topic that I know you really don't like to discuss, but I think it does need to be discussed, and that's the COVID treatments, COVID protocols, COVID facts. I have a page of questions that I'm not going to read them all now because of time, but I'd like to give you a copy. And if she could answer them for me.
That'd be great, Cherry.
There have been a number of people coming to the board here for the last several months during public comment period, speaking about COVID. And the response from the alderman and from you, Mr. Mayor, is we can't do anything, we can't do anything, we can't do anything. Yet you were very able to do something about the mask mandates and the 6-foot social distancing. The prior board instituted and you immediately removed it. Thank you very much. But there's more to it now. We've got 2 years of data behind us, and people are waking up to the fact that these vaccines are not what they're being promoted to being. We all think that the government has our best interests at heart, and they do not. And we've seen athletes especially, young people especially, dropping dead right out, within weeks of getting their vaccinations. And you can present the rationale that it's everybody's individual choice to say whether or not you want to take a vaccination. But the thing is, the public is not getting all the valid information from our television sets. We're not getting it from our health department, and we're getting from the board, there's nothing we can do. But I'd like to propose to you that there are 3 things that the board can do. Think outside the box. Alderman Ralph knows how to do that. That's why you have a new public safety building.
Yep.
All right, here are three things that I have observed that the mayor and the aldermen have done over my attendance at the meetings the last several years. One is you appoint ambassadors. In fact, Marshall is an ambassador to the music business. You also appointed an ambassador, Kathy Stepp, to the homeless issue, and Betsy McConnell to another issue. I forget what it was.
Public safety.
Public safety.
So there, oh, okay. This might be up her alley then, because these vaccines are a public safety issue. And so we know that you can appoint an ambassador. We have heard Richie Zates, we've heard Doug Clark, we've heard Deanna Slayton come in and talk about issues related to the vaccine. And Richie pointed out twice one night, get the facts on the vax. Consider appointing an ambassador to get the facts on the vax. We've got 2 years of data now. What else does the board do? Well, the board passes resolutions. I've seen resolutions for affordable housing for the Rudas and the Combs who wanted to build a project. I've seen other developers in my records request information to MHDC. There were multiple builders that wanted to build affordable housing. They're required by law to submit notice to the alderman that they're going to do that. And in their letters, they ask, we'd like an endorsement. But the only one I've ever seen come before this board was for the Rudas and the Combs. And I don't know why the others were ignored, but that's an example of a resolution. Another one was a resolution for the Rudas and the Combs to do infrastructure cost sharing for their project. Let's see how much money the city can give to the developer for funding the private developers' water and sewer lines to their project. So there are different kinds of resolutions that this board has done and can do. You could propose, perhaps, a resolution to make Branson a vaccine sanctuary city where you don't have to have one. You don't have to be mandated by your employer to have one, or you at least just take a stand of some sort that says you don't have to wear a mask, you don't have to be socially distanced, and you don't have to have a PCR test, because there are still employers here in this area that are mandating that, and it's not reasonable, it's not healthy, and it can be deathly. If you look at the, here's my other question. How do you get paid for your COVID program? If they're not paying it, I'm assuming that the federal government is paying you.
So we have a number of funding streams. So we do have our core contract to the state health department, and that typically funds, you're not going to see it on the environmental health budget, but that funds a lot of our programs that are not funded through other streams. COVID specifically, we have several contracts through the state health departments that have largely funded the staffing. So when we start looking at the vaccine clinics we held, all of the COVID investigations that we were required to do, that is where all of our dollars went, was largely to the staffing of those items, but they've come through state contracts. We also did apply for some county dollars to assist again with like the staffing piece of that, because we did bring on a number of temporary staff and PRN staff. And we also, another thing we've done is our COVID testing, which is we provide free to the community. So that's largely where our COVID funding has come from. We also have the ability that if somebody has insurance, we can bill our administration fee, so that covers our nurses' time and supplies to actually provide the vaccine. The vaccines continue to be free themselves, but our staff time with that administration piece and the supplies that are needed are what we've been able to bill through insurance if somebody has it, but we have never turned anybody away, obviously, that does not have that.
Lisa, do you have a general estimate of how many people got the vax like last month, for example?
The latest version that's come out that has coverage for Omicron and Delta, we received that vaccine, I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago. We held a clinic last week and we had about 100 people that were interested in that. So we aren't doing a ton of vaccines. And, we're here, if people want it, it's available. They can get it very readily. We are not doing a giant push for that. We're not requiring that. But it is available for those that do want it.
But it's pretty much only boosters, right?
We're largely seeing boosters at this point in time. Occasionally, we'll see somebody that they feel like they have, seen enough, that they feel like it's tested enough that they're ready to do that. And of course, we follow a lot of the CDC guidelines. We follow state health department, but we recognize the tone of our community, and we want to be respectful of that. And so I think that if anyone's looked at our social media, our messaging, we recognize that COVID is here. It's not going anywhere. I've said that for quite some time. We can't all hole up and live under a rock forever. We've got to move on with our world, and we know how to do so safely. And so for our community, we've said whatever you're comfortable with, we'll support you in that. We have other public health issues to work on right now at the moment, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Well, let me see if I can nail this on the head if I can. So with what Lisa just said, she has the vaccine available. Those that want it have the opportunity to get it. It's not being forced. And so based on that, Cherry, what is your specific question?
The third step, the third item that I've seen the board do, they pass bills. They pass bills to spend money, to enter into contracts. And one of the things that is not on this website, I've looked at their website, and she answered one of my main questions, are you actively or passively promoting the vaccine? So I'm glad to hear it's passively. But the only thing on the website is a mechanism to click and schedule an appointment to get a shot. And then there's a little bit of pharmaceutical and CDC information. But now that we know, well, I don't know how many of you know, but if any of you have watched the videos from the undertakers that can't embalm their patients because the arteries and the veins are clogged, not with blood clots, but with rubbery, fibrous structures that don't allow blood to flow. This is one of the reasons so many of the young people are dropping dead, especially the athletes. And so if the blood can't flow and these structures are coming because of the vaccines, then we need to do more than just say, if you want a shot, we'll give you a shot. No, we need to be a little more proactive about, you don't want this shot. So why not add a little bit more to the budget and ask the health department to expand their website and provide information such as statistics from the VAERS, that is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reports database. A lot of doctors, despite the fact that hospitals are discouraging their doctors from reporting adverse side effects, there are still doctors that do report it, and the database we've got 2 years of data out there now. The health department could also post links to alternative COVID prevention protocols, alternative COVID treatment protocols, such as hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which the CDC doesn't want to promote, and I doubt even the state health department either. The health department here could also post FAQs on what to expect when a resident or a visitor feels they need to visit a local emergency room. Are they going to be required to have a PCR test? Are they going to be denied treatment because they haven't been vaccinated? What about links to medical providers that might provide these alternative protocols? Where are the doctors at the facilities that might give you something other than remdesivir or a ventilator, and then you're gone?
Question. We've clearly gotten off topic.
I know, but
and when
this
you went up there, you said, I have a list, but I'm not going to read the list, and now we're reading the list.
And here I am.
So I appreciate that.
Do we need another agenda item?
I was going to say, I would like Lisa, a last word from Lisa, and then hearing from any aldermen, and then we need to move on. But Cherry,
Okay, but I just wanted you to know those 3 things you can do.
Thank you. We'll bring this up. Lisa.
So maybe I was wrong. It's not a bad act to follow. So just a little bit to speak to that. So our website, we changed it because we did some analytics on what were the most frequently used links, what were people coming to our website for, and what we have on our website is what people are coming for. So we found that most people were coming to schedule an appointment. They were coming for, we do have a little bit of preventive information on there because we are prevention. We are not doctors, so we're not going to provide medical recommendations with medications. But we do, those were the things that people were looking for. We also find that people are always looking for our environmental health forms. So you'll find that pretty easily. They're always looking for jobs, so that's obviously on there very easily. And again, we always follow CDC, FDA, State Health Department information. That is our North Star and our guide as far as the services that we provide. So, but our website is as it is intentionally, and if the community feels like we need more information on it, we are always open to that. We have a suggestion or a contact us page, and I welcome anybody that wants to see different information on there. As long as it's in our scope, we are happy to look at how to do that.
Okay, I'm going to ask the board if, yeah, go ahead.
I think what I'm hearing Cherry say is it'd be nice to hear the other side of it, right? I mean,
and I think
we always hear promote, but we never hear this is a possibility of a side effect if you do this. I mean, right? I mean, that's kind of, you know, I mean, I don't know as far what a resolution that we could do or what that would be, but I mean, I've always been, the reason I'm sitting here today is because I want people to have the freedom to make a choice for themselves.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's a very, very worthy discussion. I just think we need to make it as an agenda item so we can discuss that, because right now what's on the agenda is the Taney County Health Contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, you know us, we are always open to conversation.
You bet.
We have to stay in our lane. We have to stay with what we know and the facts that we have at hand, so.
Nope. Ruth?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I also agree with Ms. Webster. We have been a board that has stated we want transparency, and I'm a firm believer of making decisions fairly straight across the board. So I think that would be great to get on as an agenda item for further discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Cody, anything?
It seemed to me, I mean, I listened to what Cherry said, those seemed like suggestions that maybe go to your board, and I know you guys have a board that meets fairly regularly like we do as well, and so what our ability to control the health department, I don't know, but I think Lisa's saying she's open to suggestions, and I would say, take that to their board as well. They have more control over that than we do. And, I'd just reiterate what the mayor said. This has to do with inspection of Branson businesses for health. And
This is we're talking about a contract here. Marshall?
Very, very quick. Cherry, they won't even admit to us that it came from the lab in Wuhan. I just think looking to the government to provide us accurate information on this is just probably not the best route.
Anybody else so we can move on? Lisa, you had the direction from the board that you were looking for?
Thank you.
Are there any other items on the agenda we need to discuss? Actually, before, Doug, there is no flipping way. I do want the truth at the time when we're going to discuss this. It's okay. Trust me on this one. In fact, I think it's time for a potty break. We're going to go recess for a few minutes. Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Before we move on, Lisa, would you make sure that this last topic that we discussed is on a future agenda so we can discuss it thoroughly?
Yes,
Thank you very
got
much.
it on it.
Is there anything else on the agenda tonight?
Nope.
Nope.
Your Honor. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution adopting the Taney County, Missouri Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The floor is open for a motion to adopt the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. And before we move on, I want to say that this plan that we're adopting is 402 pages long. If we're going to go through each page, open it up for discussion. No, but I will say seriously, anybody have questions about what happens in Taney County, specifically Branson, that document is a wealth of knowledge. It must have taken years and years and years to put that thing together. Do you agree with that, Ted?
Yes.
And lots of manpower. So it's your presentation. Did you want to start on page 1?
Yes, sir. I'm going to stay in character, never mind, disregard. So real quick, the staff report for this 405-page document that you've graciously read, most of it, the Taney County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan represents a collaborative effort between Taney County emergency management partners, including municipalities, the school district, the water districts, the public sector entities, the Taney County Health Department. Did she leave? She's part of it, to help make Taney County safer. The purpose of this plan is to describe vulnerability and risk assessments for participating partners in natural disasters that may affect Taney County. This plan guides the development of goals and objectives and mitigation actions. Specifically, this plan addresses tornado and severe weather or thunderstorms, flooding, drought, heat wave, earthquake, dam failure, wildfire, land use, and emerging infectious disease. I'd like to let that one go if that's okay. By participating in this plan, the City of Branson and emergency management partners in the program will be eligible to apply for post-disaster mitigation funds. Examples include our proposed flood control wall for the Compton treatment plant, the city campground portable office building, and the purchase of outdoor warning sirens. So the key thing about this plan is, you talked about the hours. This is a rewrite or an update. It's not a complete new product. We do evaluation of this every 5 years. SimCog in Springfield helps facilitate that program by producing manpower from our jurisdictions, gives in-kind hours, so we do not pay anything to do that plan with SimCog. So it gives us 2 formats to keep that cost low here to address the plan. And it identifies those mitigation strategies to update the storm sirens to better actions within our community for wildfire around the county, for example. So you did send me some questions. I'll address those real quick. You asked about the outdoor warning sirens, specifically about seeking shelter in as low as possible, as interior as possible. That is our messaging for severe weather. However, the primary messaging for Springfield, Greene County, Joplin, Jasper County, Taney County, Branson, and some other partners across the state of Missouri, we have a messaging format that says when outdoor warning sirens activate, seek shelter, seek information. So seek shelter, we can set off our sirens individually or across the entire county, or in the entire city. So we can focus on that messaging. When we have flooding, for example, we know we're going to be using Branson alerts. We're going to have live broadcast media going, and the outdoor warning sirens are down the algorithm. So it should be seek shelter, seek information. When it's severe weather, like tornadoes or damaging thunderstorms, that is true to be as low as possible, as interior as possible. So we use those key phrases, just like stop, drop, and roll, and test your smoke alarms once a month. We use that key phrases to capture the public's attention.
Yeah, the question I was really asking was, in reading, boy, I learned so much reading that. Our sirens go off, and we've discussed this many times, but our sirens go off for many reasons. They're not just a tornado warning. right? Wind shear, there's other reasons those sirens go off. And every time the siren goes off, it does mean seek shelter, interior building and that. So my question was, if we had either extreme flooding or, God forbid, some problem or breakdown with our dam, the last thing we want to do is set off that siren because we don't want people going to the lowest central part of their structure.
The messaging would be done up front. For example, the last flooding we had with the dam, we had 18 messages sent out through Branson Alerts. So we're well in advance with that structure, with the flooding. So that's a last effort, and that's solely seek shelter, seek information. If it's severe weather, the thunderstorms,
Sure.
rotation, Doppler indicated rotation, that is true to do the interior rooms. So they can be used for so many purposes. We keep them in line for hazardous materials as well. For example, at Meadows, or not Meadows, but the Compton Water Treatment Plant, where we have chlorine. So my big concern is Kennecott camps across the way, for example, some of your neighborhood, some of the resorts downstream. So we can use the sirens for that key purpose of seek shelter, seek information on that. Apologies, I did not bring the document with me. You refer to page 47, update to reflect 6 aldermen. I don't recall what that was.
Yeah, on page 47,
I didn't have that memorized, my apologies.
it said that the Branson had 4 aldermen and a mayor.
Okay, I can correct that with SimCog.
Yeah.
The transportation plan, we are working with the Corps through a program called Silver Jackets that they're going to help us do some traffic routing in the key flood-prone areas along Branson Landing into Sunset Park, back up towards Port Royale. And so we'll use that in partnership with our GIS technicians with the flood inundation maps that we have from the Corps and what Curtis and GIS has worked on. That guy is a rock star and is ahead of even our Corps partners with the flood inundation mapping. So we have a lot of that in place in the EOC, in our laptop computers, in the staff cars, in the fleet, to have that available to us as well. So that is coming. That's one of those mitigation plans that we have in here, one of those projects we're assigned for the next 5 years to work on, exactly what this document is designed to do. And then it says you surrender at page 105. I don't blame you for that one at all. It's a long document. But there are those mitigation strategies that each jurisdiction has aligned. And then, of course, the bottom line is this makes this grant applicable for mitigation strategies like the Compton wall.
Yeah. So, and I don't mean to keep harping on it. I was just taking notes as I was reading through it. But if we did have a catastrophe at the dam, if I'm not mistaken, years ago I was told that if at some level of disaster, the water on Lake Taneycomo would go up to Wendy's on Hamburger Hill. Do you recall that?
Yes, the inundation maps can show really even as far north towards 160 Highway where some of the valleys are affected into Branson and Hollister. So the worst case scenario with all 10 gates open plus auxiliary plus inflow could put us in that lower level of Cox Hospital in that area along McDonald's, Wendy's. Obviously, City Hall is affected. So that those are big factors. And it's not just here, it spreads out, right? So we've got to use the inundation maps for those routing opportunities, for example, to get people out of the downtown area. And even Port Royale, Fall Creek Resort, some of those low-lying areas along the riverway.
Yeah, so my only question was, if we could, and over time, maybe gather that information, share it with the public, because there very well may be people in shelters that if we did have something happen with the dam, they may think they're safe there, and maybe we need to show at what area do you still need to head west to get out of the danger area.
We believe the Silver Jackets may help us even with signage so that on funding for that. So if we had traffic route maps, we obviously have to work with MoDOT, our internal team in Keith's World for traffic signals with GIS, with the flood inundation maps. So we can start doing it either by ward or by geographical neighborhoods, by using, you've talked about Nextdoor tonight, we've got resources like that as well. So we can start doing it by geographical areas. But again, as we're live streaming, I want to make sure that we're very well aware that this is a very narrow channel along that we would be concerned with. It's not the entire city or the entire county. So
Yeah.
that we get hit with that every time, that we want to make sure that you've heard the messaging before that Branson is open for business because
Yes.
it has affected certain
Yeah.
areas. So you bring up great questions, and that's what the mitigation plan is about, to be thinking about those topics we could work on. So we've got the partnership, like with Silver Jackets, through the Corps, to work on that project over the next several years. And to your point, that has to go back out to the public.
Yeah, and so talking about, for example, an evacuation plan, it may make sense in advance to say, if you're living in this area, head this way, so everybody doesn't get bottlenecked. And, I mean, these topics aren't important until they're important, right?
Well, we would never have 3 or 4 or 5 100-year floods in
That's right.
the last 10 years, so.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Anybody in the audience have any questions after reading that report? See how I qualified that?
Just one last point, this document
Yes.
has been reviewed and approved by SEMA, the representative left, but that's a state entity for emergency management, and FEMA has also approved it since this document was drafted. So that we have to have their approval as well.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, we're going to be voting on accepting this, adopting it?
Adopting a resolution for it.
Okay.
Can I ask
go
Ted
ahead.
something? And it may not be off, it may be off topic, but when you guys do the test over the siren testing, where is that posted? How do people know about that?
We are consistent with several jurisdictions across the state of Missouri. We're the second Wednesday at 10 o'clock of the month, and we do not do a makeup anymore. So we did a local TV station in Springfield, the National Weather Service, Joplin, Jasper, Springfield, Greene County, and us, did the initial policy, and then it got adopted through a lot of jurisdictions in southwest Missouri and across the state, and even in the 4 corners of Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma, to try to get people so that the broadcast meteorologist could share that consistent message. Here's why the siren's going off.
Okay.
So it's for actual tornado or Doppler indicated rotation, winds greater than 70 miles per hour, which is considered life-threatening, or others identified by the emergency manager, like if we had an issue
Or
with.
if Ted says so.
Yeah. I just know a lot
But then
of,
they can get that on the live broadcast media as we hit that seek shelter, seek information. We want it out. We have the partnership with Hometown Radio, with the Springfield TV markets, for example. They are very good at following us to get that word out. Plus Nextdoor, plus Branson Alerts, we get a lot of messaging pushed out.
so it's out there, but a lot of people don't know.
Storm
I mean, they're like,
sirens
how come
are-
the sirens are going something? I mean, you hear it all the time, but I don't know. I don't know any other way to make it any more clear. Everything you just mentioned,
We educate and educate. It's on our website, but yet Chief Matthews and the dispatchers will still take a dozen calls
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
Wednesday of every month.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's at. Keep working on it.
And I don't want to get in the weeds, but is the current weather at that time, is that taken into consideration during those scheduled testing times?
Yes, we actually collaborate with the Weather Service and Springfield, Greene County, and we determine a go or no go.
Because I'll tell you, the vast majority of the time I hear the sirens, clear blue skies, right, no winds.
Yeah.
But that just tells me that they're testing.
Right.
We're testing, so you may not be awake about 10 in the morning. So.
Oh, is it 10?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've never heard them.
In the morning.
Clay's not up.
I didn't know somebody said they was going off, but I didn't know.
Clay's up at 11, back to bed by 4.
That's funny. Question from the audience, yes. I'll need you to go to the microphone, please, because there's other people listening that aren't in the room. Thank you.
I'm Janice Miller on Tyler Street, and I'm also from Arizona, Tucson, where it doesn't snow. And I've never had to fear for my life until I moved here, but I love Branson. But these sirens have been very confusing. I used to go into a panic, and I couldn't figure out why a siren was going off when the sky is blue and bright and the sun is shining. And it was very confusing. because I thought, well, when there is a tornado watch or a real good reason for the siren to go off, I know that I'm going to head for shelter, and I know that it has gone off several times the last couple of years that I've been here this time. So knowing that it has gone off a few times, why do we have to have it to go off on Wednesday? I mean, I know it's supposed to be making sure it works, but it confuses me.
That is the educational standpoint, and so they do go off the second Wednesday of every month at 10 o'clock since I've worked here, which has been a long time. And so that is a test time period, and we do have to test them. They are electronic. We have radio interface to set off 27 sirens in the city. Each of them are battery powered. Most of them have electric power to them that charge the batteries, but they are battery powered, so they can operate if we lose power. So we have to do battery voltage drops on them. They are, again, mechanical and electronic, and the things happen in the boards, and they are lightning attractors, believe it or not, and they're woodpecker attractors. So we constantly do maintenance to make sure they're operational. So when it does happen, beyond the Wednesdays, you know why.
So that's an educational thing that we need to constantly remind the community of. The second Wednesday of every month is a test.
And do look at our website at bransonmo.gov. You can go to there's so much information from the city on that website, but on the fire department's page specific, you'll find some section about severe weather, why the sirens go off, when they go off, and it is consistent with several partners across the state of Missouri.
Maybe we could send out a message on the second Tuesday of every month, just letting everybody know tomorrow is the second Wednesday and we'll be testing our sirens.
That's what I was gonna, maybe on the Facebook, all of our Facebook outlets and stuff, yeah.
We're not consistent, but Facebook is a key one, and also we'll let Hometown Radio know occasionally. They'll pop it off
That's
for us as
great.
well. So, that's an area that we can improve in.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
I just want to make a comment. When it goes off Wednesday at 10 o'clock, my first thought is, oh, it's Wednesday at 10 o'clock. I mean, it really, like, it's been so consistent. It's been so consistent.
He sets his watch.
My hometown did the single siren every night at 6 p.m. I mean, it was one of those deals back in the day.
I'm like, I got 2 hours for lunchtime.
Ralph, that's
Okay.
a bunch of baloney.
Are there any other serious questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. Are you missing one?
Yes. Alderman Cooper? Did you vote?
You voted.
You got it.
Thank you. Electronic issues.
Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, we'll check that. That motion carried 6-0.
We should test these every Tuesday. Or iPad.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution appointing an alternate board member to the Tri-Lakes Biosolids Joint Municipal Utility Commission. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Kendall.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. The Tri-Lakes Biosolids Joint Municipal Utility Commission is made up of the Missouri cities of Branson, Hollister, Forsyth, Rockaway Beach, Cumberland City, Reed Springs, Galena, and Sparta. Through this process, as part of our membership with the Joint Municipal Utility Commission, we have to appoint members to fill our spots. We had a vacancy here recently in our position, so this resolution would be to appoint Benny Compton, our wastewater division manager, as an alternate board member. I personally hold the other spot for this commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from members of the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the submittal of applications to Taney County, Missouri for sewer sales tax funding in support of the city's Plan 2023 sewer system improvements. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Kendall.
So this is something new for the board, and this was brought to you because of a suggestion by a citizen. And you guys embraced that suggestion, so I'm bringing before you our proposal for sewer sales tax funds. So the Taney County Commission, as part of its 2023 budget, generally set aside funding from the county's half-cent sewer sales tax, which may be used for sewer system improvement projects that have been submitted to the county by municipalities within Taney County. This funding is provided for multiple projects that meet capital improvement criteria as described in the county's guidelines. The purpose of this resolution is to provide authorization to the Utilities Department to submit the following wastewater projects for sewer sales tax funding for consideration to the county commission. Projects include lift station 46, which would be the construction, and that's for the amount of $775,000. Lift station number 34 upgrades, and which would be for construction of approximately $800,000. And lift station 10 upgrades, again, construction for $800,000. And then our wastewater conveyance study update for $500,000 for a combined total of $2,955,500. The Branson Utilities will provide information for the 4 proposed 2023 sewer improvement projects that meet the outline capital criteria. Once approved, the County Environmental Service Project Coordinator will review each project scope and draft an agreement for consideration and approval of the City of Branson Board of Aldermen and the Taney County Commission. The city is also requesting in addition that the funds awarded for $617,000 in the 2022 year be carried over to 2023 as part of this process. I have a lot more details I can go into with each project. I just thought I'd leave it open to you guys and what your questions have. I do have some exhibits that Chad, I think, has got displayed here. So the upper highlighted area here would be lift station 46. I want to highlight a couple things on this station. So currently right now it sets as a wet well. There is no pumps, no controls. We have, since the installation of that wet well back in sometime around 2008 to 2010 range, we have been pumping that with our pump trucks as needed. And as development has increased over the last 12 years, we've got to the point now this year, our crew has came up with a temporary stopgap with one of our emergency pumps. And this is an above-ground diesel pump that we have setting out on site to pump through a force main to keep up a flow. The amount of flow that's coming from that area has increased significantly, and it poses some operational challenges for our staff and having the time to keep up with that pumping schedule of trucks. Again, a little bit more information. The total cost of that lift station was estimated to be approximately $330,000 back in 2007 and 8 range. In today's dollars, again, we're well over $1 million to build that lift station. So the $775,000 would go towards installing submersible pumps and controls and a valve vault to connect to the existing components that's at that site itself. And then lift station 34 you can see highlighted, and basically these highlighted areas are the basins that they would cover. So the green would be the sewer mains that are existing in those basins. So lift station 34 is located to the southern half of this basin. And again, it conveys sewer to the east over to our Cooper Creek facility through multiple other lift stations. Again, this lift station itself, due to development, and also I failed to mention that lift station 46 and lift station 34 and also lift station 10, I'm going to show you here in a minute, they've all been designed. They're just ready for construction. They've been pending funding for several years now. Design was completed back in 2019. So these projects have been shelved, and mainly due to just lack of funding. So lift station 34, during the design work, it was identified that the existing pumps were the wrong impellers. So it's been pumping inefficiently for several years now, not able to keep up with flow. And this year, our staff is very talented. I've got some amazing resources there. And they came up with a plan to, they pulled a pump from another lift station over in the Bee Creek area. That actually came pretty close to matching the pump curves of the new proposed design. And so they pulled that pump over there and temporarily installed it to keep up with these high flow events, and has helped reduce some stress levels there and some anxiety with anticipation of rain events and what it causes our system. So it's a temporary solution. We still need to put that pump back where it originally goes and where it's originally designed for, but again, these folks come up with alternatives to stopgap measures to meet budget constraints. And then Chad, if you can flip to the next one, please. And then this is lift station 10. I guess I failed to give you some geographics on the last one, but this one here, if you can imagine, this is 65 Highway here, of course, Lake Taneycomo. This would be the Branson Hills development area. So just south of that intersection of 65 and Bee Creek is lift station 10, and it serves a vast quantity of properties to the west there. And part of it's in the Bee Creek watershed area, and part of it's in the city of Branson limits area. But again, this station is due for upgrades as well. Here, about 5 years ago, we had a flood event, and a part of that flood event, the culvert, or box culvert, I should say, that crosses 65 Highway there, actually plugged up on us. It actually flooded that lift station and ruined all the controls. We had to put new controls in that lift station. So this part of this upgrade would be not only to convert the existing lift station pump configuration from, it's a 4-pump system, to a 2-pump system, but also elevate those controls where we hopefully potentially mitigate any future flooding issues that we had. So again, this lift station 10 and lift station 34 are similar stations. They both have 4 pumps, and we're converting them over to a 2-pump system to be more efficient as well. But
So Kendall, before you change maps, that lift station 10, that watershed area includes some islands that are not located in the city limits, as I recall. So are those homeowners, are they just paying the 125, 150% of normal sewer fees?
so they, those connections outside the city limits, they pay 2.5 times the normal water sewer rate.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And again, that's concludes the exhibits. The final project would be our wastewater study. So that the wastewater conveyance study was done several years ago, back in 2007. Looking back through the timelines and timeframes that was established with that study and with capital improvement projects, there's a little bit of a variance there that we need to relook at our projects. We need to realign with the current existing conditions of the system. So what this wastewater conveyance study would do is help with our hydraulic modeling, to better understand the wastewater system and flows that we have. During rain events, for example, our Compton Drive wastewater plant goes from normal, let's say 2.5 gallons or 2.5 million gallons per day plant to upwards around 12 million gallons in a significant rain event. And so that right there indicates to us that we have some significant infiltration issues within the system, and the only way to really try to come up with a plan in order to properly plan to mitigate that stuff is to commence into some hydraulic modeling to figure out where those sources are coming from.
Yeah, you and I've talked about that, and that's very sound. We really need that for many reasons. Another question I have is, does Taney County, because these are sewer funds coming from Taney County, does Taney County have like guidelines of, out of their overall sewer fund, is there a guideline of how much is allocated where? Is it on a need basis within the county? Do you know how that works?
Yeah, so I've had some discussions with Brad Elbritton over at the Taney County Sewer District. Brad has been a great partner with us, very supportive as another resource for a sewer utility. He and I have had some recent discussions to talk about sewer sales tax funding. And more of for me, seeking out some educational information to help provide to you guys. One of those items would be, how much does this City of Branson affect sewer sales tax in itself? We are a pretty good, I think we are a pretty significant producer of the sewer sales tax funding. The purpose of the sewer sales tax was to look at Taney County and assess the environmental needs in Taney County that we have. And the county sewer district has spent a lot of funds towards the Bee Creek Basin. There was a significant number of homes with failing septic systems. So that was a huge project, over $18 million that was spent back in the 2005 to 2008 range. And we actually operate and maintain that sewer system through an agreement with the county. And also they've done another good project was Taneycomo Acres and Lake Taneycomo Acres in the county as well. That's part of the City of Branson sewer system. And cleaned up a lot of areas. And then they also focus in other parts of the county that have significant needs. So they've made a great impact to the area, like the gentleman with the water quality issues earlier today. It's all in an effort to keep our lakes and streams the best we can, because those, as we know, have, back to the Jim Owens days, have attracted many people to our area. So I think it's something that we need to protect our heritage, and we, again, have put a lot of effort towards the sewer system. As far as funds and how they're allocated, the county, obviously, they operate sewer systems as part of the sewer district, so they have that. The sewer sales tax is their main funding source. That is their only funding source, I believe, to operate their system. So they have those needs, and then they also look at again, what are the remaining dollars that are available, and they prioritize those dollars based off of submissions by qualifying cities or member cities, and that's listed in the guideline, and we are one of those member cities that are listed in the guidelines. What they do is they look at what dollars are left over, and then they, again, look at their projects. They've got capital projects as well, and then they also look at the member cities, and they do a prioritization of those. Each member has to have submitted to the county by September 30th. That's why I'm bringing a resolution to you guys tonight, because I have to have this to the county by the end of the week for our submission. And again, I've had conversations with Brad. He's I think, very open to some funds for next year. However, historically, out of this $2.some million, we won't get everything we're asking for. It may be more like a third of it I'm hoping for. Again, These are projects that are typically funded by our tourism fund, and this submission for sewer sales tax is an effort to hopefully lessen the impact on the tourism funds themselves. And so those dollars can go for other projects like water main improvements in subdivisions or Highway 76 improvements on the water mains, items like that. So this is another source we're trying to seek out to help, lessen the impact there.
Any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Excuse me. Thank you, Kendall, very much for bringing this to the board and for all the effort you and your team put into this. I'm in full support of the applications. I have a question regarding lift station number 46, the first one. Do you know how many units are currently on that, or how many proposed?
Hey, Chad, can you bounce back to that first exhibit, please? So,
Can you zoom in a little bit, Chad? Thank you.
can you scroll up, Chad? There you go. Okay, so currently right here, so the lift station 46 is affected by two different developments. It'd be Whisper Cove, which is to the north, and Estates at Majestic Point, which is this subdivision right here. Whisper Cove currently has 10 residential units in that facility, or in that development. And then down here in Estates at Majestic Point, I'm assuming there's probably around 8 or so units right now. What it is, it's a kind of a spinoff to like the Chateau Mountain, Chateau Cove. It's more nightly rental type, big homes, lots of bedrooms that they're renting out for nightly rental. And again, they keep increasing. I know the Taney County Planning and Zoning continues to see applications come through their office for that subdivision.
Okay, also, because this project started a while back, is that property, are we considering annexation of that property? Because, I mean, if there's going to be more development on that property, there's a lot of unrecognized revenue for building permits, et cetera, that could be brought in to help pay instead of putting the burden on our tourists and our taxpayers. And then I think there was something about recapturing of fees on this property as well. Do you have any information on that?
So this area was, it came into effect with a 2007 agreement between the city of Branson and the two developers, and also included a couple property owners that are kind of are located in this area right here. One of them is where the lift station is actually located at. So there's a 2007 agreement that the city agreed to partner in the lift station cost itself. As part of that agreement, there is an annexation section in there that talks about supplying petitions to annex to put in escrow. I don't have information whether that's been done or not yet. However, to annex properties out there, it'd have to be considered contiguous with the city to be able to annex properties. And at this point, it's not contiguous with the city itself.
Okay, and I remember this project from quite a while back. There's actually, just to bring it up to your attention and probably to Michael Wood's attention as well, there's a 10-foot strip that was platted. And I don't know if we can look back into that, but the 10-foot strip, I mean, it's not the normal process according to state statutes to to plat a 10-foot strip to keep something from being contiguous to the city limits. And if, in fact, I looked on the county's page on this, and it says that that strip's not even to be used in any legal documents. So if that 10-foot strip wasn't there, it would be contiguous to the city to where they could annex in. So if someone could look back on that, that would be great. Also, did we recapture fees on this property?
So I'm going to approach that with a little sensitivity. And the reason being is there was some legal counsel that was involved in that. And it also went to the board back in 2021 as in an executive session. So that's something that still needs to be worked out. It has not been worked out yet. The fees have not been paid for system connection charges for that development. Again, I want to be sensitive there because I don't want to put us in any kind of situation tonight. But as part of this original agreement, again, the city had a cost share in the lift station. The developers had a cost share in the lift station. There is still some monies that should be obligated to help cover for or help fund the lift station itself from developers out there, but that would be also a talking discussion incorporated in with the fees itself. That's something that's going to be drug into that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Mayor, how can we get more details on this?
Yeah, this one is troubling for
Yeah.
several reasons. And Ruth, I want to appreciate you so much for having this knowledge and raising this awareness.
Because I know nothing about it, and what I heard was we're going to use our money when they already owe us money, and right? I mean,
Yeah, they
they owe us money, but I mean,
So Kendall, and I do respect the fact that legal's involved and things are being done in other chambers, I guess. Would it be impractical for us to approve, if we're only anticipating getting a third of the money we're asking for, what would the event be if we said we want to approve all of these requests except for that one? Because we know we're not going to get all the money. And then we would have a better chance of directing monies to these other ones that are cleaner.
So I'm going to approach it at a little different angle.
Okay.
Okay, and reason why I'm approaching it at a different angle is I acknowledge there's some issues out there we need to take care of. Fair enough, that's definite. Definitely needs to be taken care of. But what I'm trying to address is the operations side of things and mitigate risk. Again, if you look, this lift station sits right here. It's only a few hundred yards from Table Rock Cove. And it's something that as more flow comes into that lift station, we continue to struggle with keeping up with pumping of that lift station itself with the trucks. Currently, like I said, we have that pump sitting out there right now, but that pump's actually going to have to be moved to lift station 10. We had a catastrophic failure this week with lift station 10 and some pumps there. Plus, we have wintertime coming, so we've got to be able to address keeping things winterized. We can't have a pump sitting out there and exposed to freezing conditions like that above ground. So it puts us back to pumping with sludge trucks out there. And then we're faced with winter conditions, and when you get sleet and ice and snow and those kind of conditions, it poses a major problem as well. So the quicker we get this in, it's going to mitigate a lot of risk for us. If the lift station overflows, then again, DNR will be knocking on our door asking, why haven't we put this lift station into effect?
Okay, fair enough. The other side of that is, and I'm not in your wheelhouse, but I think we're talking about give or take 15 homes. I don't know what kind of flow, how much
Yeah,
volume that is for 15 homes.
So what we typically went from pumping once a week to pumping at least 3 to 4 times a week, if not
For
5.
the 15 homes?
Yes.
They're nightly rentals, correct?
I'm sorry?
Are those the ones that are nightly rentals?
Yes, part of them are.
So they have a lot of
Yes.
turnover and traffic and more people. than
They
the average
also
home.
want limited use in the winter, maybe?
I think the other thing Kendall's saying too is mitigating risk from an environmental standpoint, but also from a personnel standpoint too. I
That
mean,
is
you
true.
have to
No, yeah.
dedicate personnel. So we're paying money no matter what, either way. Like,
Yes, we're spending approximately around 30,000 right now a year trying to keep up with pumping.
And
That's not
how,
a- That's not a million, so that's good.
Yeah.
and how much are we collecting?
I'd have to dig into that.
Okay, but this is a lost leader,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this agreement isn't sounding, it needs to be.
Not good.
Yeah, it needs to be looked at. I will obviously support and follow your lead, and if this is what you want to continue, but Lisa, I don't know, is Jim online? Jim, would you look into this issue for us, please? Sounds like Ruth and Kendall will have a lot of backup information for you.
Yes, I'll be happy to look into this.
Thank you. Okay, that said, are there any other, I mean, I want to support Kendall's direction, right? I mean, he's got workloads, he's got issues, yeah.
I support Kendall wholeheartedly.
Well, yeah. Are we voting on, I mean, what
Yeah,
are we
we are
voting
voting.
on? I mean, what does that mean?
We're
I
voting
mean-
because we have a deadline, because he needs to submit this to the county within just
So
a
what
day
you're
or two.
voting on is support to seek out funding for the project.
Not that we're going to pay for it, we're going to.
Yes, it's
We're
additional
seeking to get-
funding that could be used. And then, of course, there's other steps in the process. There's our October 6th budget process. These are capital items that will be brought to you on October 6th, as well as next year, if they are approved, then there's additional, contracts and things that have to be brought to the board. So it's not the end all right here tonight. This
Yeah.
is just staff's attempt at trying to capture more dollars for the city of Branson.
Fair enough. Okay. Any other questions from the board other than Ralph? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
Clay has left the building. It's okay, we're waiting for Clay to vote. Oh,
We got a motion.
we have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Ben.
I'll try to be brief. The municipal code requires individual pieces of property or equipment in excess with a value of in excess of $1,500 to be brought to you guys for approval for disposition. So this is kind of a laundry list of those items. Two, I want to point out, I mentioned earlier in my presentation was the golf carts but they're actually going to be traded in, and I think the value that they've got on those is $2,500 for the trade-in, which is outstanding given the nature of the equipment it is. But this is just a routine approval that we can go ahead and dispose of this equipment.
Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution certifying the 2022 Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System loggers delegates. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Jan. Hello, Jan.
Hey, Mayor, members of the board, every year Loggers has an annual meeting. This year it's going to be in Springfield at the Doubletree Hotel. The board certifies by state statute is required to certify 2 members to go be voting members at that meeting. There is an employer delegate and a member delegate. The member delegate is chosen by employees through a secret ballot. And the employer delegate could be one of you all, but in lieu of that, we typically have an employee go in your place. That being said, my recommendation this year is going to be for Kimberly Cooper, the Assistant Human Resources Director, to be the employer delegate, and through secret ballot, Cheryl Harrison was selected as the member delegate. And we're just asking you to approve this and certify these 2 individuals for this meeting.
Are you saying that Cheryl and Kimberly are going to get an all-expense-paid trip to Springfield, Missouri to stay at what resort?
It's the Doubletree, not stay, but just attend. Yeah,
How long is this trip?
It's overnight. It's actually not overnight. It's October 27th and 28th.
Oh, so it's not a room night?
It's not. Now, if they were going to, sometimes they'll do it up at Tantera.
Yeah.
And they'll stay overnight up there. But this year it's in Springfield.
Any questions from anyone in the audience other than Cheryl? Any questions, comments from the board?
Oh, the one thing I wanted to point out, and this will be applicable to the next item that Ben should have really taken. I lost the bet, and I get it. But is when it comes to loggers, you should know that the city pays the city's contribution. Employees all pay 4% of their salary. After they've been here for 6 months, they pay 4% of their salary into loggers. But for the general population, for office employees and utilities and folks like that, the city pays 14.6% of their salary into loggers. So for every $1,000, that's $146. For police, it's 17.2%. And for fire, it's 9.2%. So that's a significant contribution on the city's behalf, so just so you know that. And we're asking you to vote yes on these certifications.
Well, then you shouldn't have thrown out those numbers.
Yeah.
We've covered no questions out there. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6197, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds to give premium pay in the form of stipends on various amounts to full-time employees. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6197. It's not coming up. Oh.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jan.
Mayor, members of the board, this is one that it's kind of an interesting conundrum to deal with, because whenever we go through this, we kind of were dealt the hand that we were dealt last year with respect to public safety staff. All public safety staff got a 10% stipend through the ARPA funds, and everybody else got a 5%. Now, the feedback that we'd gotten throughout the year was that, hey, I'm in public safety, or they're in public safety, they're in the office, they do the same kind of job I do in finance or planning or whatever. There's a perceived inequity in that respect. And so, you know, to address that, I took it to the Human Resources Committee and made some recommendations. And some of those recommendations looked at bifurcating some of those funds out to a point where some people got a 10%, others got a 7.5%, and others got a 5%, and then the directors got a flat set amount. That being said, that generated a stir of, you know, people perceived disrespect, being slighted, things like that that are solely not intended. We're just trying to figure out how to make this work across the board. At the end of the day, the one thing I also want to kind of throw in there is me and my staff have been working heavily on a staffing study and a salary study. So we're gonna see some very positive salary adjustments for next year as well. All that being said, this becomes somewhat of a contentious issue. And I kind of wanted to lay out some of the information based on what I took to the Human Resources Committee. I priced that out with the numbers, and it seemed a little excessive in cost for the city. So what I've got presented for you here, this kind of lays out essentially what the recommendation is going to be, that it's 10% stipend for first responders. These are the frontline people that are scheduled on a daily basis to go out and do public safety kinds of things, rescue calls, you know, police folks and things like that, with a $7,500 cap. Essentially what I did whenever I looked at that, I looked at the highest paid public safety line officer, if you will, like a police sergeant or a fire captain. And I looked at that cutoff being kind of that highest paid person. If they got 10%, they got about a $7,500 stipend, and broke it down from there. And then 6.75% for field personnel. Now, some folks that were previously in the 10% stipend got moved over to that, because that's going to be things that, and there was no insult intended with that. It was just one of those things where if you're not regularly scheduled to be out as a first responder kind of thing, you got put into that category. That category also has a lot of our public works, our utilities folks that are out in the field on a daily basis, that during COVID, especially like the utilities folks, they were working the plants and they were exposed to some of the COVID situations through the wastewater treatment process. Then the 5% for office personnel, I went through painstakingly to identify those folks and lay those out. And then the percentage-wise, the lowest percentage would be then directors. And I just wanted to kind of point that out, that ends up being about a $1.2 million budget amendment, whereas we would have to come up with about 34,000, a little over 34,000 additional funds to be able to fund all the different things through the process. Now, some of the feedback that we had received along the way was, well, let's just make it the same amount straight across. Well, that's part of the reason why I wanted to point out the loggers part of that, is because if the city's picking that up, the net benefit comes for loggers would come out of this stipend itself. the loggers and the FICA itself. Loggers, it's going to be 17% for police, and FICA will be 7.65% for everybody across the board. So you have to calculate those numbers into the overall mix. So to come up with several options here, as what I wanted to lay out that I looked at is, here is one where we've got a $3,900 gross stipend, $3,910 gross stipend for everybody. That lays it out across the board. Everybody gets the same gross amount, but the city's cost per individual employee is going to be different. Obviously, for police, it's going to be a little more. For fire, it will be less, and so on. The way I've got it laid out with this, it comes out to be cost the city about $5,000 overall. The pros and the cons of this format would be, clearly, public safety personnel would not get even close to what they had gotten before. They would not get that 10%. Some of the entry-level folks wouldn't miss it by a whole lot, but some of them, some of the higher-paid folks would. The pro side of it is like your parks and rec folks, some of the lower-paid individuals who need more money, who could use more money, gets the same amount, proportionally a bigger benefit this way. So those are the pros and cons. Now, the one thing I wanted to point out was the next one I wanted to point out was the format that whenever I presented to the Human Resources Committee, the committee gave some direction to look at, let's look at 10% for first responders with no cap. Let's look at 7.5% for field personnel with no cap, 5% for office personnel with no cap, and so on. But if you'll notice with that becomes fairly expensive compared to all of them at about $95,000 in additional funds that we'd need to come up with. So that's one of the things that I wanted to take into consideration. And then the last iteration that I want to show you is, what if we just did it the way we did it last year? And if we did the 2021 stipend distribution repeated for 2022, the numbers are going to be similar to the recommendation that I have for tonight, but the distribution will be significantly different. As you can see, public safety will get a big share of it, and everybody else will get a proportionally smaller share. So those are kind of the options I laid out. And just as a comparative, you see that for this 2021 stipend distribution repeated for 2022, the budget amendment greater than ARPA funds is $34,617, and the one I did for tonight is identical.
That's a lot.
Well, I have several comments. I'm not sure where to begin. My phone is ring off the hook over this. And first off, I would like to compliment the employees in this city that have expressed their opinions. Because I know confidently that we wouldn't have had one of those responses without the culture change that we've had here at City Hall. So those that did respond, thank you very, very much. Those who didn't respond, I want you to know your responses are very welcoming. My eyes were opened up with all the discussions that I've had. And I'm going to take just a minute and share how my mind ticks on this topic. And I'll try to make this brief, Cody. My wife and I owned a company, Branson Tourism Center. It was a sales organization. It is common for sales organizations to pay their highest performing salespeople at the end of the year. They either get a bonus or a all expense paid trip to Springfield. But that's typically how organizations work. My wife, and this, I'm going back now 20 years, so this isn't a new thought. My wife and I decided that it's not the salespeople that make the company run. Because reality is, the salespeople couldn't do their job if we didn't have a finance department. Salespeople couldn't do their job if we didn't have a marketing department or a processing department or a groups department or any department we had. Salespeople couldn't do their job without the person answering the phone. So we had 2 years back to back where we had success at our company and we wanted to have a quote president's trip, all expense paid trip, not as nice as yours. But I mean, it was a week paid trip down to some resort somewhere, but we chose to take 100% of every employee in the company. We had vendors come in and try to give goodies to our sales staff to help sell their product. We had 100 employees. We said to our vendors, if you're going to bring something in, you bring something in for everybody, right? I'm sharing that because I heard several of our city staff. I was involved with this distribution last year. And I will say that I am very pleased that the decision was made of how to spend the ARPA money. The decision was made to pass it on to the staff, right, to the employees. Because there's a lot of things the city could have done with that money, but that was important to us. I'm questioning, in hindsight's 2020, of how we chose to do what we did last year. I'm torn with, last year we paid the first responders 10%. Some have reminded me or challenged me on the statement, well, one board can't commit another board of what to do. We've all heard that. That'll be a future discussion because I'm beginning to wonder if that's not used when it's convenient, right? That board can't commit this board. So personally, one more point. I believe there were some employees that have chosen to join the city in being told that if you join between this distribution date, you are included in that stipend. In hindsight, that one doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So I do want to hear from this board. My recommendation is going to be, I would like each director to go back to their department, have a discussion with their staff, have the directors get together and come up with a consensus to recommend to this board. I honestly don't think it's at the board level to decide how this is distributed because there are so many issues that this board isn't aware of. Who is aware of them is your directors. And if they're not aware of them, I'm going to ask you to talk to your directors. This is an opportunity for you to speak up, share with your directors, trust that the directors are going to make the best decision, because they will. I'm going to tell you, we're in a situation where if this board made a decision, it is a no-win. If this board made a decision to not irritate anybody, it would look like this. Public safety gets the 10% because that's what they were promised last year. And they shouldn't take a penny less, because if they took a penny less, they're not going to be happy. If every position in this city is important as the next, then each person should get the same 10%. I'm going to suggest to you the math says we can't get from point A to point B, making everybody happy. That's my 2 cents, and I am more than happy to hear board input.
Mayor, I was on the board last year, obviously, when we took this up, and and we had the discussions last year even that, this was a tough decision, and I think you have to kind of put yourself in the context of that time. There was we needed some public safety employees, we needed to hire police officers, and so, but we couldn't get to the compensation, right? We couldn't address the compensation, and it just wasn't addressed. The thing about the ARPA money, last year and this year, it's a Band-Aid to an overall bigger problem, and that is, we got to have competitive pay for every position in this city. And yeah, I mean, it was a tough decision last year, and you don't want anybody to feel like, what you do here is less important. But again, just the context in which we decided that, I think was, you just have to look at it kind of in silos. We made that decision last year based on certain circumstances. It wasn't meant to be a slight. Now, having seen some of this same feedback, and kind of looking at it bigger picture, it's, well, yeah, dummy. I mean, there's going to be people that took it that way, even if it wasn't intended that way. That's how it's going to be perceived. And so, I think we're all kind of in that same boat. At least the four of us that were, part of the board last year. So yeah, when I saw the feedback this week and talked to various people, it's, this is the ultimate. You're in a tough spot. You're, no matter what decisions made here, I think it's. There's going to just be somebody that's upset about it, and I understand that. I like your suggestion. I think if there's a way to get the larger group input and come together on this, I think that's the only way I see forward as well. I think for us to just sit here and say here's how it's going to be. But the bigger thing here, and Jan's already mentioned this, we have to address compensation. And I mean this with all due respect to you, Jan, and everybody on the HR committee, but for the year and a half I've been on the board, we've heard about it, we've heard it's coming, and I think that's been said even before my time on the board. So I don't say that disrespectfully, it's just we have to address that. We have to get competitive. That's what we talked about with Ben in our study session. This is a one-off thing that we're going to find a way to work through and find a solution to, but it doesn't fix the problem. And I'm looking at, I know there's some utilities guys here tonight. I think you guys came here last year when we were talking about pay. I remember people sitting on this front row, and I made the comment because maybe it wasn't you guys, maybe it was Keith. I don't know. But they were wearing these bright yellow shirts, and I'm like, those guys look scary, and they're mad about something. So let's.
They're really big.
So it's, you guys, as an employer, myself, Mayor, Clay, all of us, we've all been in this position where, it's just a tough position to be in. But I really hope, no matter what the decision is, I hope people know that our heart is we really and truly do care about every employee at the city. Top down, bottom up, whatever way you want to look at it. But the pay, I mean, it's just getting competitive with pay and getting us up to snuff with other surrounding communities. And that's every department. I mean, I truly mean that. So Mayor, I don't know. I don't know what there may not be an easy solution to this, but that's just my thoughts as I considered this over the last few days, and I knew this was coming down the pipe, and I do think there was statements made over the last year, right, wrong, or indifferent. There was definitely this sense that certain positions, if you got hired, this was on the table this year if you're employed here, and so we got to factor that in. It's just a big issue, and to those of you guys that stuck it out tonight, and you're going on 3.5 hours of sitting here, just know, and I don't mean to speak for everybody, but we really and truly do care about every single person here, and it's not something that's taken lightly, whatever that decision ultimately is. So,
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, being a business owner myself, I mean, we have 87 employees, and every year at Christmas we do bonuses. I may pull out $70,000, and I get a list of all the names in cash, and go, okay, gift shop, box office, concessions, ushers, parking lot, cast, marketing, group sales, the accountant, the IT guy, and then you go down and you go like, okay, who gets 500, who gets 2,000, who gets, because they're all valuable. You know what I mean? That's a tough thing. And I could see where if you're a guy that's in this department versus the guy in this department that's getting 10% and you're getting 3%, you're like, what, am I not as important? Am I not valuable? Do I not do an important job here? Because they all have an important job. I mean, we kind of look at it, and we're not a government business, we're not a city, we're just a, mom and pop shop, but, we take into consider how long they've been here. For us, I don't know how that works in a government, but, well, this person's been with us 15 years, and this person's been here 2 years. Does the person that's been here 2 years deserve the same amount of money as the person that's been here 15 years? I think there's a dollar amount in the commitment and how long they've been with you. That's how we kind of look at it. I'm not saying you can just go down the list and go, well, that person's been here 3, 5. I mean, maybe that has some decision in how it's done too, the time served, I guess you might say, or, but yeah, I mean, that is prison. I've been called a warden before, so. But, I mean, that's a hard thing, and I don't, because, if I'm a guy that's not in that 10% thing, I'd be, if I was a guy that was filling potholes and asphalt, I'd be like, well, what the hell, sorry. How come I'm only worth 3.5% or 5%, and that guy's worth 10%, so I think your suggestion is a really good suggestion. Let them all huddle up in each department and kind of maybe, because you're right. I mean, who am I to say that this guy deserves 3,000 and that guy deserves 10? Because I'm not on the streets with them. I'm not driving the dump truck. I'm not, emptying the septic and doing all this stuff. So, I mean, I know they all work hard. I've been at the Recplex many times and saw those guys busting their tails around there, and I've seen the road crew busting their tails. I talk to them if I'm out on the street, or and I know the fire and the police, and they all bust their butts too. So that is tough. Real quick, also I had a question, Jan. So in the classification, I understand like in the fire department, division chiefs and assistant chiefs are no longer classified as first responders, right?
What I took to the HR committee, I listed those guys as field personnel, primarily because, based on my understanding, they're scheduled in a rotation to be a first responder, but that's not their regular duty. That's the only rationale I use.
But last year they were classified that way, right? Did the classification?
They were, absolutely. And, we can do it however the board chooses, but, I looked at it as what's the biggest bang for the buck? Those are the higher paid guys. The reality is, for, let's say, and I'll just be blunt about it, for a chief, for either of the chief's positions, To get the full complement of a 10%, we could get 3 others fully paid of the entry-level positions. That's a big impact. You look at the division level on up, on the fire side, there's 5 people there. You could fund 11 entry-level firefighters for that.
So are you saying the chiefs aren't worth as much as?
But
Proportionally?
but
Or dollar-wise?
But on the police side, that stayed the same, right? I mean, those that they weren't declassified like the division chiefs and assistant chiefs on the fire side.
No, simply because based on what I was told, they respond on a regular basis.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
Marshall?
I take maybe a unique perspective on this. I look at the city of Branson as a whole and the employment opportunities that we have in this community. And I think we're a fantastic employer if you look at the opportunities that you have. I mean, you don't have many opportunities to work in a place in Branson that gets you the loggers and that gets you all the benefits that we have here in this city. We're bereft of that. We don't have the factories. We don't have the Amazons and things like that. So I look at that and I say it's a privilege to work at the city, and I think these guys do a fantastic job. Not everybody can do it. I mean, you got to pass a drug test, which not everybody can do to work at a place. I commend them all. I guess at the end of the day, I look at it from a kind of the recruitment standpoint, and we still have to recruit those public safety officers. It's been something we've talked about for a long time, and to me, I personally have no problem kind of prioritizing that side of things, the public safety officers, just because it's so competitive, and boy, you talk about something that really makes the city. Gosh, I think they all do, but especially when it comes to recruitment, when there was something that was said last year, and now somebody hitting a first responder that was last year kind of thing. And so personally, I have no problem kind of prioritizing the public safety side of things. I see all sides of it, but kind of look at it like that.
If I may interject.
Sure.
Just as a point of order, we have significant, 2022 is going to be one of our biggest turnover years that we've ever had since I've been here. So far, we're constantly turning over people simply because there's lots of opportunities out there. We're seeing those most in utilities, public works, police. Not so much in fire and not so much in any other sector of the organization. But those are the big areas that, utilities, public works, and police. Those are big turnover areas for us.
And Jan, when you say that, does that involve a person moving to a different community, essentially? Is that what when we see turnover
Typically,
like that?
on the police side, they're typically, based on anecdotal information that I have doing the exit interviews, those are most people getting out of the industry. They're leaving. There's no defund finance employees. There's no defund HR people, but there is a defund police. And so that stigma that's out there is making it very difficult for us to recruit new employees on the police side. It's, I would challenge that. I suspect, Chief, we've had some of the recruitments that we've had recently. Back 8-9 years ago, we would have 30, 40 people show up for a recruitment. And now if we've got 5, we're doing pretty good. Yeah. So, 2 years ago, it was very slim pickings, and we're just seriously seeing the residual effect of that over time. And it becomes a situation where, for police in particular, utilities and public works, and to a lesser extent, parks, those are areas that we have some significant issues in turnover.
Don't you see also, though, I mean, I see it, the lack of, in the world that we live in now, after the pandemic, the lack of loyalty and commitment, and people will jump up and run for 75 cents more an hour. you know, they see the quick buck and they don't think about long-term. I mean, are you seeing that here at the city too? I mean, just
Not so much.
jumping.
It's not going to be 75 cents an hour,
Well,
like in utilities.
Yeah, but I
You know,
mean,
or public works or utilities. An equipment operator that we pay might be anywhere in the range from $18 to $20 an hour. Out in industry, you can get $25 to $30 an hour. That's a big jump.
well, I mean, yeah, I didn't mean 75 cents, but I'm saying people will jump and run for a minimum amount of money compared to the old days.
Excuse me, if the board doesn't mind, I want to get us back on track. The agenda item is what are we going to do with the ARPA funds? We are all committed to readdressing our compensation, right, for everybody. So I don't want to tie, and this might have been more important last year because it might have been felt like it was more of a, to make the compensation better, where this is really a separate issue. These are ARPA funds that we're going to distribute, irrespective of knowing we're going to address salaries across the board. Would you agree with that, Cody? Yeah, so I see these as two different issues. It's not like whoever gets how much out of this, then that's what they're getting for their compensation. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Excuse me, yeah, we're mixing these because this board is a totally different makeup from last year. Also, since April, this board's quite different. It's almost like this is like a essential, non-essential from the businesses that when we went through the whole COVID thing. I think your idea is a great idea because we don't work with these directors and their employees. They know their employees very well. So I think it's a great idea. This is a great bonus to be able to give our city employees, but I would like to, the staffing study is going to be huge, and yes, people will be compensated, but I agree with you on what you suggested.
Thank you.
So will you reiterate again, what is it exactly the directors?
Still listening to some of my board.
Oh, they're done.
Ralph, you don't have anything to share, do you?
Actually, I was going to reiterate what you were saying. No, actually. Well, it kind of goes to that because, you know, this board is different, and I think all of you have felt that and all of you have seen that from top down, the residents in the community to staff that's, you know, on the street and everything else. I mean, we all play a very proactive role, no matter where we are. Like Clay mentioned, we stop and talk to you if you're fixing the roads or whatever, because it's just part of us reconnecting with the community. And what the mayor said, I think, is pretty powerful in the sense that, you know, as a director, you've never been given the opportunity to have as much input and say into this particular situation. I mean, before it wasn't an option. I like that idea that, you know, the directors having direct input directly with the people that they work with and reporting back to us what they're feeling and seeing how close we could come to that 1.73383 number. I think that's an amazing idea. What I would like to know, though, if a couple of you want to input, Chief, maybe, you know, Kendall, Mike, anybody, how do you feel about that idea? Because I think it really gives you guys that connection, I guess reinforcing the connections you already have with your employees, but really bringing that voice to us because we don't get to hear that other than when we get the stream of emails, which, again, as the mayor said, vitally important. As painful as it was to read those, I'm very thankful that people stepped up and did that. I would encourage those that did that to encourage others to do that because we can't fix the culture of this community unless we know these things. It's, you know, we're voted by the residents of the community, but it's very important that we communicate to them what you want and vice versa to them what you know, what, I guess what they want to you kind of thing. So, Kendall, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Lisa?
Can I just have a comment before we go into other comments? I think one of the questions is because there's a difference between just the ARPA funds and then what you're supplementing the ARPA funds with. So we could, I'm pretty sure we all could come up with a good dollar amount for you or percentage, but it's over the ARPA funds. So I think there's a question is there a dollar limit?
You know, and I hate to say this, I don't know if it's fair to say we're going to exceed the ARPA dollars, because then we're getting into compensation,
And that's what,
which are, in my opinion, those are not connected.
and if you see Jan's, if you put his different slides up, those dollar amounts are changing, and I think that's going to be a question, because this one is down to 86, those from other funds, $95,000 from the.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I just think it would be fair, and what I'm going to ask everybody is, please separate how we distribute ARPA funds from compensation.
But also that how much the ARPA funds total for the city of Branson is. And that's what we're trying to stay within, in agreement by all the directors.
Yeah.
Right? I think that becomes I know Jan had those issues when he went to go figure the dollars because he was going over the ARPA
Yeah.
allotment.
Yeah. So Ralph asked if any directors had input. I know, but we really don't care what the directors say.
Just Kendall. Kendall always needs money now.
Kendall, what say ye?
So, real quick, I've been told to be fast, but in the spirit of the cooperation with all the directors, we've had some really good meetings over the last several months, and I think it'd be very good for the directors to come together and to hash this out, discuss it. I know what my feedback is from my staff. I've already been communicating with them. I'm well prepared to sit down with other directors. But I think that's falls in line with the spirit of where we've been going with administration.
Yep.
And so I appreciate that suggestion. So
Thank you for saying that, because it is consistent with the theme that this board has been projecting.
He's correct. We've had a lot of great discussions, and it's because of that lady down there and opening up and allowing us to have those conversations. I agree that we could probably bring you back a product that you could agree on. Alderman Fenton, you said something, though, that I think resonates with employees across the city. If we go back to last year's discussion, part of it was recruitment, but a big portion of that discussion was retention of employees. And quite honestly, employees are fatigued right now because the June compensation study you asked for, it's almost October, and we haven't gotten there yet.
Very fair statement, very fair. Wow, slap the mayor right across the face in a public meeting.
Could you repeat that, Chief?
I think we got it, it's recorded. I'm sure I'll hear it played back many times. Thank you for that, Chief.
Jan, just out of curiosity,
Wow.
did you not have any way to make that to where it's a literal zero out? You know, because you made 3910. Is there not a number even with cents that you could make it to where it?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Right.
I figured within a couple of $1,000s, because the reality is people's compensation is going to change. Some people will drop off, things like that. I don't know what the
Yeah,
real
yeah,
numbers
it's gonna
look
be
like.
a little bit fluid anyway. Chuck, nothing? Okay. So, I don't want to be remiss by saying the comments we also received from the staff was they were all very appreciated of receiving the ARPA money. So they said, thank you very much for directing that money our way, because they truly appreciated that. So I didn't want to leave that out.
It definitely didn't come across as ungrateful. Or,
Yeah, for sure.
Not at all. I didn't
For
take
sure.
it that way from anybody. It just a different perspective was all. And I think that's the only way you can take it.
And I think for us as a board to get that kind of feedback is important because,
Absolutely.
you know, we try, I don't know, I think I'm probably the most relentlessly optimistic person on this board, but I mean, I think we all try to find the good side of it. And so to really kind of hear how you're feeling really makes a difference because it you know, just kind of brings it home for us that, yeah, this is a difficult task. But, you know, and I think I remember last year whenever, you know, talked about, I guess that compensation, it kind of mixed it a little bit, which kind of mixed the message a little bit. Now we're in this quagmire because it really wasn't compensation. It was, you know, kind of like additional bonus into, and it was.
That's right.
But they were trying to make, you know, the round peg fit in a square hole kind of thing. And so now we got a convoluted message that we're trying to unwind and really be fair with anybody. And rest assured that I think the directors have the capacity to have that conversation and come to those mediums where will everybody be happy? Probably not, but I think the vast majority of people, again, expressing their gratefulness for these funds being available, you know, I think we can get there, and, you know, we'll do everything we can to get there as soon as possible for everybody.
So I'm going to just quickly reiterate my suggestion, Mr. Cooper. I'm going to ask each director to go to their departments, solicit input from everybody in your department, kick this around, know what the big picture is. Then the directors have a meeting, Lisa will lead that, the directors will have a meeting, and you all share amongst yourselves what you've heard from your departments, with the intent of, we want to bring the board a consensus for them to agree on, so we can distribute these funds, right? The good news, bad news is, I'd love to say tonight we're going to pass something so you can get money in your hands because we want to get the money in your hands. So I think hopefully this will be a slight delay. Hopefully this will all be done, Lisa, and it'll be on the next agenda to hear your proposal of how to move forward with this. You good with that? Chief, you're yawning.
There's a lot of excitement out there. The crowd went mild.
Okay, so based on that, I need to call for the vote, and I guess what I'm leaning for is to have a no vote on this.
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's vote.
I've never voted the middle one before. No, I don't remember. Maybe so.
Mayor, that was defeated, 0-6.
I felt that in the room.
Man, I didn't clear. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6198, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission pertaining to improvements on various city roads in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6198.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Keith. Thank you, Keith.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. I'll try to summarize this real quick. I told Kendall to make his stuff summarize it and make it short. So anyway, this is an agreement with MoDOT. They're going to be doing some striping, sidewalk work in various parts of the town, and wherever they cross our street intersections is what this agreement allows them to do, to work within our right-of-way also. Part of it is right out here across City Hall, basically from Pacific all the way to Hensley Street. Another one's at Green Mountain and 165 intersection, and another one area is at Gretna and not Gretna, but Highway 76 or West 76 Country Boulevard and 165 intersection. And most of it is basically striping, but there is going to be some sidewalk work getting across some driveways and some of our street intersections. No cost to the city. It's just an agreement MoDOT requires us to have with them. for them to
Last
work.
part?
What's that?
No cost to the city?
No, no cost to the city. It's
We
just
don't
this
need
agreement.
discussion? We can go straight to vote.
And
Is
I'm
there-
going to ask for a double reading because they are working on moving into town pretty quickly.
I think it's easy to ask for double reading when it's no cost to the city. Any questions or comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6198 for its final reading due to timing. We're in a time restraint, right, Keith?
They're wanting to get
Get
this
them
done before
stripes
bad
done.
If
weather.
you guys would stop, we would catch up on the time restraints. We have a motion and a second. This is a motion and a second to have a second read. Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? All in favor, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the instruction for this next item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6198, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission pertaining to improvements on various city roads in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6198.
We've already done our, we have a motion and a second. Keith, you don't need to say anything else. Anybody in the audience want to say anything? Anybody on the board want to say anything? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6199, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Central Salt LLC for de-icing salt and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6199.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Keith.
Mayor, members of the board, this is for a yearly salt contract, and we bid it out in July 14th of '22. We received two bids, Williams Diversified Materials and Central Salt. Williams Diversified did not bid on the enhanced de-icer salt, which is basically the colored salt you see that comes out of our salt trucks, and spreader trucks. Sometimes it's purple, sometimes it's green, whatever they coat it with there. But so we are recommending the bid be awarded to Central Salt bid, and there was $96.01 per ton for sodium chloride and $109.87 for enhanced de-icer, which is the colored salt as I spoke about. Staff recommends the purchase of this in an amount not to exceed or $55,000 for the year 2023. And currently, we still have funds, available in our 22 salt contract right now. And we have ordered, hasn't got here yet, but we would just order 2 semi-truck loads to top off our salt barns. So we're ready to go right now, but that'll just top them off and shouldn't have to buy any more, hopefully.
So Keith, when you do stock up, and I know it's just a forecast and a projection and throw a dart, but your comfort level of what we have will handle a pretty significant.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with our new salt barn we built out on the west side of town. That's
Okay.
made a world of difference.
Good to hear. I'm sure there's questions from the audience. Hearing none, any questions, comments from the board? Let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Keith.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6200, an ordinance approving the contract with Schulte Supply Incorporated for the purchase of a valve maintenance trailer and exerciser and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6200.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Kendall.
Okay. The Utilities Department requested and received bids for the purchase of a standard LX valve maintenance trailer and valve exerciser on August 24th, 2022. One bid was received from Schulte Supply in the amount of $95,510. Due to the new regulatory requirements of the Water Safety and Security Act requires that water main valves must be inspected on a 10-year rotation to include exercise of the valves, maintenance, and repair. The city currently has over 3,000 valves that are required to be maintained under the new regulatory requirements. The valve exerciser will make the time spent on maintaining and exercising more efficient and effective. Turning valves by hand can take a lot of effort and causing physical discomfort and unnecessary injury over time to members of the valve maintenance crew. The valve maintenance trailers feature powered valve operators that automatically exercise the valves using software. Staff recommends approval of the contract with Schulte Supply in amount not to exceed $95,510 for the 2022 contract period. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kendall. When I first read this, that made a lot of sense to me. Any questions from the audience? If you would, form a single line. Any questions, comments from the board?
Kendall, when we initially did our kind of like rotation thing back in April, you guys mentioned you guys are like way behind on the valve exercising and those kinds of things. Is this something that's going to help you guys kind of scale that up?
Yeah, so it does two things. It will help us create more efficiencies there. The unit itself actually also records GPS locations of the valves. So we're doing multiple things in one shot. And this is a hands-off operation other than it's a two-part equipment. It's got the valve exerciser, but it also has a vacuum tank that you can see on there. So we have to clean up after Keith. All the grit and stuff washes into the valve lid, so we have to remove that information or that foreign material out of the valves so we can actually operate the valves and get to them in an emergency situation. So it'll take care of both those items at one time. But the other thing is also to help with staff injuries. So we have had issues in the past with that, with this twisting and turning. It's just what that motion causes some issues there. Yep. So again, if we get proactive and meet our regulatory requirements and keep up on these valves, that'll also help in situations like the Gretna Road deal, where we had the major water main break. That was prolonged because the valves wasn't operating properly. We couldn't shut them down.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board?
Should we take the 95 grand out of Keith's budget since it's his fault, or? You're right.
There we go.
Moving on.
There we go. Moving on.
It's a chicken and egg thing.
Yeah.
And you want them to work together?
I say we vote and move on.
Let's do it.
I think fire department had something to do with it.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6201, an ordinance approving the contract with Exxon Enterprise Incorporated for TASER 7 conducted energy weapon program and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion approving the first reading of Bill Number 6201.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Chief Matthews.
Mayor, members of the board, this is a contract, a 5-year contract with Exxon Enterprises for our conducted energy weapons, TASER. TASER is a brand trade name. It's like saying Kleenex when really you're getting another brand, tissue, right? We currently have a contract with TASER. Our TASERs are at end of life, and we actually have 2 models. One is no longer supported by TASER, and you'll see those that supervisors are wearing. They're black, and then the officers, line-level supervisors like sergeants, wear a yellow TASER. Those are at end of life. This contract takes effect this year, even though our current contract doesn't expire until next year. So what we're trying to do is get everybody on the same platform The money for this year's contract is in our budget, and you say, well, how's that? Taser is a sole source vendor. We either buy our equipment or we lease it, if you will. Since they're a sole source vendor and they have to support that conducted energy weapon, we basically lease that for the term of the contract. So the 5-year contract's $197,972.87 for that 5 years to supply that weapon to every officer in the department. And it also comes with something we really don't have right now. Every time we expend a cartridge right now on that taser, we buy another one. They're about $20-something, $25 a piece. The batteries that weapon uses, we buy independent of the contract. This contract rolls all those in there. So if we deploy a cartridge, it comes with the contract, the replacement. And it also provides us instructor training. Each year, we have to send in our instructors to a recertification through TASER. Their training is rolled into this. So we recommend approval of this contract.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Chief, don't you think it'd be prudent before you'd approve such an expense to try it out on Alderman?
Marshall, he volunteered.
Well, Chief,
to go to
in
the
the
training.
interest of public safety, I was going to suggest we try this one on the mayor. So we want to make sure they work.
$25?
Oh,
Glad
sure.
to pay.
Okay, so that wasn't a good suggestion. Is there any questions or comments from the board?
Is there amount up to for how many? I mean, like say you have 50 officers versus 20. Is the amount the same regardless of how many you need?
So this contract is written for the 56 that were authorized.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. Thank you, Chief.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6202, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for an increase in legal services. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6202.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Ms. Lisa Westfall.
Mayor and
You have to
Board.
go to the podium and give your name and address, please.
Again, this staff report is for the next two items. They both are dealing with our legal services out of the legal budget. Item number 16, which is the one we're on, this is an amendment for $400,000 out of the general fund into the legal budget to take up legal expenses that were not originally budgeted. The second item is item number 17, and it is for engagement letters with Kutak Rock that will cover our general city attorney and assistance with prosecution and litigation. And we had those originally signed by a city administrator, two of them, and they need to be approved by the board because of the level of expense. I recommend approval. He's still looking at me.
Well, you just raised a question.
Yeah.
Jim, are you still with us?
Well, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Of course he is.
He's sitting up, leaning over the table. If I heard this right, Jim, when this was executed by the city administrator, did it require board approval at that time?
So board approval is required for a spending item that is above $50,000. When it was approved by the city administrator back when Mr. Liebeck left, and that would be two of those engagement letters, the one for the municipal prosecution services and the one for the interim city attorney services, it was unclear how those were going to be ran and how much they would be. I think the thinking at that time, and I wasn't involved in it since it was my engagement letters, was that they could be paid every bill as they came in, and that would keep it below that cap. In retrospect, Lisa and I, after having talked through these issues in subsequent months, and with Ben, realized that's not what the statute means, and that in reality, it would be better if it was approving the entire amount of the engagement. Additionally, no money was budgeted for legal expenses in March, and so that portion is a cleanup. You have 3 separate engagement letters. One is for the intern city attorney services. On that, we've discounted the fees of all partners involved by 20% or more. The other is municipal attorney, municipal prosecution. Thankfully, that all's wrapped up now, but we do need kind of the cleanup to take care of it. And then the third is we created an overall litigation engagement that would set forth the terms and conditions of the outside litigation we handle for the city. This is work we've been doing for the city on a case-by-case basis for about 10 to 12 years. But this engagement will basically mean that whenever you have a new litigation, you already know what the price is, and we will simply be issuing you, if you ask us to handle it, a new letter saying we're taking care of X matter for you. Does that address your question, Mayor?
With a deep breath. Yep. There's just not a good feeling. Any questions from anybody in the audience? Am I required to ask that question?
My name is Cherry Webster. I live at 118 Country Bluff Drive. Just very quickly, it seems like it would be more cost-effective if you just hired Jim Meadows as the new city attorney.
Jim, that's an excellent idea. What do you think?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. Cherry, thank you.
Appreciate your confidence, Cherry.
Any other questions from the audience? Questions, comments from this board?
I don't think it's, I mean, we owe it now. It's how we got there.
Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
And Lisa, you said your presentation was the same on this next item?
Correct. This is now we can pay now for the engagement letters for the budget amendment. Your Honor, this is the first reading bill number 6203, an ordinance approving the contract with Kutak Rock LLP for various legal services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 6203.
We have a motion, a second. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
We're now in the report section of our meeting, and we'll go in order. Alderman Fenton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. About a month ago, I think myself, Chuck, and Mayor, we all received a letter regarding the Branson Hills CID district. I think most people know we accepted by donation some property in that area that had a past due sort of tax burden on it. We we accepted it knowing that was the case, but that we also weren't going to have any, financial burden on that. The letter we received kind of brought it to our attention that in doing that, it's the position of the CID board that, and their legal counsel, that as a going forward measure, what would have normally been assessed against that property is now going to be reassessed amongst basically every other owner in that area. Unfortunately, that was an opinion that came out after the fact. We didn't have that information at the time we made the decision we made. And I just think I think this is worth discussing again as a board, not necessarily saying, we can go back or we change it or whatever, but I think it's important that people understand, because it's obviously going to affect people in that particular area. A lot of property owners up there that are affected by this SID tax every year. And I think it's important for them to understand that, we didn't have that information. This is a recent opinion of the SID board, and kind of just have an opportunity to discuss that and see what the options are, and whether we even take action with it. So I guess my request is to Lisa to maybe schedule that for discussion. That obviously affects my ward, and I think it's just something we need to go back and consider in light of this sort of new opinion on that. The only other thing I've got is I have the honor of hosting the National Night Out event for my neighborhood next Tuesday. And so Bird Road, Black Oak Estates, if you don't have a spot to go to, you're welcome to come to ours. Looking forward to it. I think the mayor's going to come do a song and dance, so be sure to. Oh, is that Clay? Sorry. No, seriously, I'm excited to host it. It's an honor, and so yeah, that's next Tuesday. So.
Thank you. Ruth?
Yes, Blue Meadows subdivision, Mr. Mayor, we're having the same National Night Out, and we're excited to see you make 17 stops that night.
I'll need a police escort.
September 10th, Alder Doc and I were invited to attend the annual board meeting for Fall Creek RV Resort. We had a great meeting. We're able to listen to a lot of questions, concerns, kudos. Very happy with this board and the direction that the city's going in. I also attended the Missouri Municipal League Conference. Thank you very much. Conflict resolution, ethics, code enforcement, enforcing of our municipal ordinances, zoning and land use law. It was busy and I enjoyed every second of it. I learned a lot, quite a bit. They were good classes, good presenters as well. That's all I have.
Mayor, you ready for me? Yep. Okay. We talked about several times about doing the impact it would have on collecting tourism taxes that may not be getting remitted. So where are we as far as doing some random audits on all that money that's being collected but not being remitted? We've talked about it many times, but like you said, I think it's a huge, huge dollar amount.
I believe the input we had from Ben was, he was very supportive of that. I believe he said that to move that forward, we'd want to engage a third party, as I recall. So thank you for bringing that up. Lisa, what do we need to do to?
Am I right that will be at the budget meeting, you're going to have more discussion on it? That's one of the big
Thank you.
rocks that was listed, and then that'll give direction on how those will be done. So there's a list of items.
And that's one of them.
And that's one of them.
Okay.
Good. I think it'll let,
Yeah,
for those that's doing that, it'll be, let them know that, hey, we're checking.
Good.
Yeah.
I know Ben's have input on different vendors on that.
Thanks, Ben.
Alder Chuck.
I got
Marshall, do you have anything you want to share?
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Speak into the mic, please.
No report.
How do I follow that?
Just
I
for
should
you.
Just adjourn right now.
You say ditto, that's what you do.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you for the idea as far as with the ARPA funds and trying to come to a solution of that. And the department heads, thank you for taking that to task. And, you know, I think this board has the utmost confidence that you guys are going to be able to find a resolution to bring to us so that we can get that done. I know you guys had a lot of employees in here that were kind of waiting with bated breath to find out like what the decision was going to be, and I think they may have expected it tonight. But I think you can tell, and kind of I'm speaking to a lot of you, hopefully you're watching or still listening, this is not a kick the can down the road, we're going to make a decision sometime later. Like, I think you can recognize that this board moves with a bit of purpose and speed. And so as soon as we can get that feedback from the directors, rest assured that, you know, we're going to get the money in the hands of the people that deserve it as quickly as we can. And so, and that's just us showing our appreciation for everything that you do for the city every single day and making it safe, making it functional.
30 seconds.
And making Branson everything that it could be. So that's all I got. That was good. That was good. That was real good. I don't even get as much time as public comment.
Lisa?
Just a real quick reminder, we talked about the joint budget meeting on October 6th, so just a reminder, that starts at 1:30 and goes till 6, or when Ben gets done, and it's live streamed. And so I just make that point because we've always done it over the convention center, and so this is the first time that's been brought out and been open, if you've remembered over all the years.
Thank you. I have just a few things. I would like us to follow up, and I'm not sure what the next steps are for looking at going into a charter city. I think the more I hear about it, I think there are more and more reasons I'm hearing that why it would be a benefit for our city. Lisa, do you know what we would need to do to move that forward?
It depends on what the board wants to do, if you want more input with your public, or, you know, if you want to do another session like that, or if you're ready to move forward, we bring, you know, the item forward.
Well, okay, that's a good question, because I guess we could have another meeting and the gentleman that gave the presentation could be available. So why don't we schedule a public meeting?
And also, I don't know, I know in the past when we've done it, and I don't know if it's of interest to the board, that we were able to reach out to a couple of cities that had gone through it, and I think we had somebody that was able to come and just kind of give their input from what that experience was, yes.
Yeah, Nixa did recently.
So we might, instead of just going with MML, if he's, I mean, I don't know, we might go that direction and not go with him and come back, if that's an option. Or both, but I didn't know if he had much more to say. I mean, I don't know.
I was just thinking if, with the public environment,
Yeah.
any questions they would ask.
We could do that.
He would know the answer.
could do
And he
that.
could do it just
Yeah.
Zoom. He doesn't have
Okay.
to be here.
We'll set that up. A special meeting, probably, special call.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Boy, I want to talk about our study session. Anybody listening that missed our study session, I would encourage you to go to our website and watch it. It was very enlightening. I'm going to go back and watch it because it was so enlightening. I'm really looking forward to October 6th. Boy, I'll tell you, I'm very excited that we may be running on all cylinders here to move forward and get things done. And Ben, once again, I appreciate you. Other than that, I appreciate the board, appreciate Lisa, and I will hold on, we can't adjourn yet. We have to do something else. The next item is to adjourn into executive session. The floor is open for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.3 RSMO for personnel.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Lisa, can I give you a verbal? I packed my iPad.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes.
That motion carried 6-0.
Okay. Next item is
We have
to,
a motion.
next item is to adjourn. The floor is open. What do we don't need a vote.
I'm so sorry, my computer is not behaving.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. We have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you very, very much, everybody.